Good morning, everyone. This morning.
Old range guy is now on. Screaming portraits. Morning news with OMG.
Didn't sleep horribly, but I definitely feel slept better. My coffee's still brewing. I haven't done anything but berries last week. Get the updates on my computer and good luck. I can't. The coffee's still brewing. I guess I do have someone. It's like I'm still waiting on my coffee. And now I need to get that back up. Yeah, expecting me. They had to be home today. Check my phone, like, oh, wait a minute. Part of the reason why it's probably not here yet is because it's not 10 o'clock. You know how these guys work. Yeah, what they have for creamer down here at the corner shop. Not very good. There we go. Some of them are getting to work. Whoa. Yeah, Gabe's having issues. Oh. Okay, not in mind. Let's see if I've got your science. And coffee means we can get going. Oh. I don't need tobacco to function. I'll keep my head clear. That's coffee and THC. Coffee, THC, CBDs. Ugh.
It also turns out you can make a power-based right on top of some settings.
Give me, girl. Good to know. Yeah, I'm still gonna convince my ass to start doing your farm plot technique. I saw that, I was like, oh, it is doable. Just to have a freaking farm stack.
Yeah, you need benches.
You need benches? So you're quite literally fallouting it.
I told you I was using my 76 skills lol.
This is true. You sure did. Looks like I might have to start thinking about having a, well, lack of better words, monthly work budget.
I recommend only going 4 high. Any taller you have to make ramps for the pals.
Yeah, I expect this much. That's okay. My next step's a mining complex. I need more cooler than that. Because the only one I don't readily have access to at the moment is quartz. There's not enough in there for another cup of coffee after that. Yeah, right. Trying to steal my spot. As a matter of fact, that's so far over, I have to scoot back this way. Oh, I'm trying to get you back on. Anyways. Yeah. Yeah, thought, theory, and
I have a
idea.
good base so that you can have once I rank up one more and unlock the quartz mine.
A lot of the stuff when you take it base down is destroyed. Passing ownership of bases is not exactly something doable. I believe the only thing that will stay would be the foundation stuff and bedding. All work spots, if I'm not mistaken, get destroyed.
It has, I think, 4 or 5 nodes.
I've got a spot over in the icy spot for my quartz at the moment, with a good space to make a mining complex. Right now, I've got it as a.
Yeah, that's where mine is.
Right now, it's a quartz mine and breeding complex. Or not breeding, farming.
We might be close.
Possibly. I'm doing a great job getting the news started up. Let everybody see what's going on with this, though. I can actually go over there at night now. I won't freeze. Yeah. I don't know how well you can see the screen. Well, just to the left side of the mountain.
Yeah, you were directly above me on the map, almost lol.
Fucking mouse. Oh. Oh, you're not what I thought you were. What are you? No. Yeah. Hello, pretty pony. Shit, I killed it.
OMB, it has 8 quartz nodes and some more.
No. Stay away from me with your plasma. I've only seen that creature before, not or caught it. And that's a body jump. Why are you having so much trouble staying in the spear, bud? You're literally down to 1 health. God damn. That hurt and you didn't even know it? Eighth quartz nodes. You looking at my spot? So I had several quartz nodes within my ring. And I focused primarily on those quartz nodes, but I got all the immediate nodes right there, which were kind of nice. leaving me quite a bit of room for stuff. Do it right. Or was that what you have over at your base?
The base I want to give you has that.
Ah, gotcha. Alright. Ouch. I need to get started on the morning news.
At the Department of Housing and Urban Development. So today was their mandatory return to office day, and when employees arrived, they saw this video playing on loop on all the screens. This was playing over and over and over again. Not making this up. This is So Trump and Elon were just trolled at the Department of Housing and Urban Development. So today was their mandatory return to office day, and when employees arrived, they saw this video playing on loop on all the screens. This was playing over and over and over again. Not making this up. This is real. It's unclear if this was a hack or a rogue employee or someone just figured out how to get into the Apple TV, but what a hilarious form of resistance to see this morning. For more news and updates, remember to follow our account now and add the Midas Touch podcast on Apple and Spotify. So Trump and Elon.
So if you couldn't see what was going on, it was quite literally Elon Musk sitting in the presidential desk and chair, with Donald Trump literally kissing his bare ass feet. Saying, bow down to the real king. Yeah. Oh, that may be it today, but I'm doing this now. Germany has spoken out against Trump.
CDKeys.com. Shop the latest games.
Pretty sure they didn't talk about CD keys.
At the best prices. Enjoy it. Germany's new Chancellor Friedrich Merz did not hold back in his acceptance speech over this weekend in his condemnation of Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and J.D. Vance and the American government under those individuals. There were elections held in Germany. Musk, Trump, J.D. Vance, and the MAGA movement in America were supporting the German neo-Nazi party known as the AfD, which was also aligned with Russia. The AfD did worse than what they were expected to do in some initial polling. They came in second. The CDU-CSU came in first. They are going to be able to form a government forthwith. And over here, the chancellor, which is the leader in Germany, Friedrich Merz, did not hold back. He lumped Donald Trump, Musk, J.D. Vance together with enemies like Vladimir Putin in Russia. He talked about the election interference, the
Let that be enough to everybody. Germany is saying these guys are trash and garbage and shouldn't be considered the enemy. If Germany can do it, what the fuck is wrong with us? The place the Nazis originally came out of, guess what? Now they're coming out of America. Now their rice powers America. And they are aided and abetted because by Donald Trump and Elon Musk as well. They're part of the same fucking group. Let's be fucking real. So fucking kudos Germany for not going right-wing nationalist bullshit. You guys are doing better than we have here. Thank you, Germany.
Malicious and wanted interference that was engaged in by Trump, Musk, J.D. Vance, and other MAGAs in America, similar to what Putin was doing. Chancellor Merz also is providing.
You did hear that right. Interference. Yeah. Musk has been interfering with that election too. If there is any doubt in your mind, still, that they are Nazi, this should have put it to rest.
Providing a very strong defense of Ukraine and also spoke about a strong Europe. Let me show you this part of Chancellor Merz's acceptance speech where he called out Donald Trump, Musk, and Vance and compared them to Putin. Play this clip.
The absolute priority from my point of view is that the Europeans communicate and are united among themselves. Currently, the larger part of European politics without Germany. It has, of course, something to do with the election campaign and also now this interim phase. But I am in close communication with many prime ministers, heads of state and government leaders of the European Union. And for me, the absolute priority will be to strengthen Europe as quickly as possible so that we step by step also truly achieve independence from the USA. I would not have believed that I would have to say something like this on a TV program. But at the latest, after last week's statements by Donald Trump, it's clear that the Americans, at least this part of the American government, are largely indifferent to Europe's fate. I am very curious about how we will approach the NATO summit at the end of June. Head towards June. Whether we will still be talking about NATO in its current state, or if we need to establish independent European defense capabilities much more quickly. So that has absolute priority for me. And I have absolutely no illusions about what is happening from America. Look at what Mr. Elon Musk has done recently in terms of interventions in the German elections. That is an unprecedented event. So the interventions from Washington were no less dramatic and drastic and ultimately brazen than the interventions we had from Moscow. Still see. So we are under such massive pressure from two sides that my absolute priority now truly is to establish unity in Europe.
Now, in this next clip, Chancellor Merz talked.
Once again, let that sink in. Germany. Germany, of all countries, is having to put us in the same boat as Russia. That's not right. Alright. It's got about 5 minutes before we hit another commercial. And sadly, my body's not being nice. And the weather just picked back up. Okay. So, come the next commercial break for Twitch. It's going to be about 5 minutes. I'm going to be headed down to the restroom.
A united Europe that can no longer rely on the United States. He talks about his role leading Germany, a strong Germany that no longer has the United States as an ally or a friend. And Chancellor Merz continued to reiterate well that he doesn't know what's even going to happen in June when there's supposed to be a NATO summit, because it clearly seems that Donald Trump, Musk, and J.D. Vance are pulling the United States out of NATO, such that there needs to be a new European common defense alliance. Play this clip.
Business taxes was all consuming. Now business taxes.
The CDU and the CSU, the union, we won this federal election in 2025. I'm aware of the responsibility. I'm also aware of the magnitude of the task that now lies ahead of us. I approach this with the utmost respect, and I know it will not be easy. We led a very tough election campaign. This campaign was nevertheless very necessary, including the debate on the important and major issues of our country, such as economic policy, migration, foreign and security policy, and internal security. But now we will talk with each other, and above all, it is about re-establishing a capable government in Germany as quickly as possible. The world out there is not waiting for us, and it is not waiting for lengthy coalition talks and negotiations either. We must quickly become capable of taking action again, so that we can do the right thing domestically, be present in Europe, and be noticed in the world. Germany will be reliably governed again. And that is what the Union stands for.
Good.
That is what we stand for, and what I personally stand
That's
for.
what I like to hear.
Folks, we are watching historic developments rapidly progress with new security arrangements where America, under the Donald Trump, Elon Musk, J.D. Vance fascist regime, is being isolated and now just pushed out, rightfully so, by Europe, also by other countries like Canada, Mexico, and elsewhere, as Donald Trump tries to create alliances with Vladimir Putin, which most Americans don't want at all. Embarrassingly, Donald Trump does not know anything about German politics, because Donald Trump tried to act like this was a victory for him, even though he supported the AfD, the neo-Nazi party in Germany, because Donald Trump was like, look, everybody, the Conservative Party in Germany won, everybody. That's because of me, the CDU, CSU, the Conservatives, everybody, they won. It's like us. Absolutely not. To be clear, the CDU, CSU is probably much closer to being like the Democrats in the United States of America. And Donald Trump, again, was supporting the opposite party, the Putin party, which did not win. But Donald Trump wrote the following. Looks like the Conservative Party in Germany has won the very big and highly anticipated election. Much like the USA, the people of Germany got tired of the no common sense agenda, especially on energy and immigration, that has prevailed for so many years. This is a great day for Germany and for the United States of America, under the leadership of a gentleman named Donald J. Trump. Congratulations to all. Many more victories to follow. And again, it just...
Okay. We are now on that minute countdown. So, like I said, I need to go use the restroom. I don't want to go out there. The storm's picking back up. Had a nice break from it almost all night. But I need to. So, I'll be back. I suggest you stop your shit and stop with the attitude back there. You don't behave, you get in trouble. Period. You want to be an asshole, you want to be a prick, you're gonna get in trouble for it.
Shows you that not only is Donald Trump just dangerous, he is a complete and total idiot by claiming that as a victory. You clearly heard Chancellor Mayer's, or future Chancellor Mayer's, speech there, which was condemning Donald Trump. And also, in terms of like energy policy, for example, the policies embraced by the CDU, CSU would be more analogous to all of the things that our ridiculous MAGA parties here in America would call the Green New Deal scam or whatever it is. Now, Europe is uniting right now, and we're seeing people stand up to Donald Trump. For example, here's French President Emmanuel Macron saying that, look, Ukraine has had legitimate elections, and all of Donald Trump's statements about Zelensky not being legitimate is Putin propaganda. False. Play this clip. I mean, we shouldn't buy into
It's for all.
Seriously?
Don't know if you need Robitussin for your cough.
Come on.
For your aches,
Let me skip the shit.
For, well, all the things. Good news. You can choose when they get.
I mean, we shouldn't buy into the arguments I hear everywhere. The Ukrainian president was elected through free elections in Ukraine. In fact, he wasn't the favorite at all. I remember it like it was yesterday. And so he's the president elected in a free system. This is not the case for Vladimir Putin, who kills his opponents. That's been manipulated.
What the Why did you just speed the fuck
For a
up?
long time. Unfortunately, this is not the case. Too many countries need it. Because it was war in his country. Martial law. Do you think he can
They did
organize
that in the
presidential
video.
legislative elections in a country where several million Ukrainian men and women have fled for their safety? In a country where he has mobilized several million others who are on the front lines, where there are 1,000 dead and injured per day, and where there is a whole strip of his territory that is conquered by Russia. What are we talking about? Do you think that in the same situation we would have fun holding elections? We cannot hold elections. So if we want free elections in Ukraine, there needs to be lasting peace in Ukraine. That's the prerequisite. Anyone who acts before that is manipulating. And what is the plan of some? I know it very well. Ceasefire that will not be respected. Quickly, elections to manipulate. It's not a good idea. So yes, President Zelensky is legitimate. And we wish for more democracy in Ukraine over time, thanks to lasting peace. And President Zelensky wants democracy in Ukraine too, since he's a product of it. If the system had been manipulated, he would never have been elected president himself.
While all of this is taking place, the Russian propaganda shows, Russian state regime media is loving all of this. Here is a clip from Russian state TV praising Donald Trump and Musk and J.D. Vance for being, quote, in total alignment with Putin. Let's play it.
Трамп отвечает на вопросы по поводу пресс-конференции.
When Trump is answering questions about the press conference, I think it is not a coincidence that many of the narratives that are being voiced largely materialized after their conversation.
Но фразы, которые он дает,
The phrases he is saying are so deep and so correct. They are in total alignment with the way we see things.
Going from Germany to France and now to the UK, the UK
So
Prime
deep.
Minister Keir Starmer, he gave a speech saying that
So deep. Motherfucker. Donald Trump wouldn't know depth if he was submerged in the Marianas Trench. Donald Trump wouldn't know depth? if there was a 50-foot fucking drill halfway through his body. Imagine the drill's halfway. Donald Trump wouldn't know depth if he was thrown out into space. Where depth is the only real observable factor. Because you lose all up and down. There's no up and down. Someone might not understand exactly how that is in space, because, well, put it quite simply, to have an up and a down, you must have a top and a bottom of something. There's no top or bottom or side barrier or anything to space. Space is space. There's a few things in it. Compared to the space itself, they're tiny. So, yeah.
Brain must be at the table for any talks.
Donald Trump wouldn't know depth if he had to exist in nothing but it. Donald Trump is shallow, surface level shit. So is Elon. If you didn't realize that, my apologies. If you did, sorry, there's a lot of people that don't. If you want depth, you don't go to someone like Donald Trump. If you want someone who knows what it's like to actually live the life of a blue-collar person or less, don't go to Donald Trump. Lay down. Maybe you shouldn't have been an ass. Maybe you should actually do what you know you're supposed to be doing, Mr. Loki. You got named after the god of mischief. Not after the god of being a dick. Yeah, the god you were named after was not a dick, Cole. You've got absolutely zero reason to be back here dancing. Cut it out. Not hot back there, and you don't need to go. You made that clear.
On its future, following the U.S.-Russian alliance. Play this clip.
Peace only comes through strength. Nobody wants the bloodshed to continue. Nobody, least of all the Ukrainians. But after everything that they have suffered, after everything that they have fought for, there can be no discussion about Ukraine without Ukraine.
Right.
The people of Ukraine must have a long-term secure future. Instability in Europe always washes up
Dublin.
nations.
No.
And this is a generational moment. I've been saying for some time that we Europeans, including the United Kingdom, have to do more for our defence and security. The US is right about that. In this new era, we can't cling on to the comforts of the past. It's time to take responsibility for our security, our posture. And I'm clear that Britain will take a leading responsibility. We have to be ready to play our role if a force is required in Ukraine once a peace agreement is reached. And we have to be ready to reshape our economy with industrial policy, to stand up for Ukraine, to stand up for Europe, but most of all, to stand up for our security, because Ukraine is vital to us.
And while this is taking place, the former Fox News host turned Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, was asked on Fox shows on Sunday.
To be clear, what he was saying was him, as well as several others over that way, have been wanting to get this done for a while. It's not because of Elon Musk and Donald Trump that it's wanting to be done. And that needs to be made clear to a few people. For some reason, assumptions are abound. Always. Disgusting.
Is it fair to say, can you just admit that Russia attacked unprovoked into Ukraine, to which Hegseth refused to call Russia the aggressor? Play this clip.
He should come to the table because this economic partnership is an important thing for the future of his country, and we hope that he will very soon.
But fair to say, Russia attacked unprovoked into Ukraine 3 years ago tomorrow.
Fair to say it's a very complicated situation.
No.
I just left a massive citizen meeting that I organized.
No. Unless that is 4 years old, more than 4 years old, that's inaccurate. Putin made his move into Russia overnight before Donald Trump made it into his first term. So, no, I'm not going to let that little lie stand 4 years ago. No, it's 8 years ago now, motherfucker.
It's a very complicated situation.
Okay, we'll leave it there.
And everybody in the Trump authoritarian regime now refuses to call Russia the aggressor. Here is another U.S. Special Envoy to the Middle East right here.
Russia's the fucking aggressor. If you haven't figured that out yet, you need to sit down and shut up about it. Because you quite literally don't know your shit. If you think Vladimir Putin is the good guy, you need to sit down and shut up because you don't know your shit. And we've got enough talking idiots in this world. Especially here in America. Joe Rogan, fucking Andrew Tate. No, we don't have Andrew Tate anymore. His bitch ass is locked up on fucking chomo charges in another country. For a side or a group of political thinkers that say they're against pedos, you sure keep finding them as leaders and heads of your communities. It's kind of fucking fun. Almost like Dublin. Do it again. I dare you. And that means if you do, you're going to get in deep shit. You earned that one. Little girl, you damn well know better than to be doing that shit. Fucking pulling it through my... Yeah, you better lay there. You better stay right there. Because you're being a little shit. Just because the dog acts up doesn't mean you need to act up. Dog gets in trouble separately. I get you want to take your furry butt back there, but he's in trouble. You're not going to go back and fucking tease him. You're not going to go back there and be in the area right now because he's in trouble.
Envoy Witkoff, and here he is asked a basic question, and he says, the war didn't have to happen. It was provoked. It doesn't necessarily mean it was provoked by Russia. Here, play this clip.
That the war, irrespective of who started it, needs to end. Too many people's lives have been expunged as a result of it, and it just doesn't make sense to the president. He wants to be the peacemaking president.
Expunged? Excuse me? What the fuck? You some sick puppies when you're using the word expunged instead of killed or murdered. Yeah, Woo!
Then peace through strength, and I don't blame him. I actually concur right down the line with his thought process around this. That's one. Two, that the war didn't need to happen. It was provoked. It doesn't necessarily mean it was provoked by the Russians. There were all kinds of conversations back then about Ukraine joining NATO. The president has spoken about this. That didn't need to happen. It basically became a threat to the Russians, and so we have to deal with that fact, and those are real facts on the ground here. But be that as it may, the Russians have indicated that they are responsive to an end to this.
Yeah. Sir William Browder says, this guy was also talking about his friendship with Putin. After spending 3.5 hours with him at the Kremlin, he really should read Red Notice and learn about what happened to Sergei Magnitsky and me. Another comment right here from Anders Aslund says, the Trump administration and Musk are now the leading liars in the world, possibly even worse than Putin. Ukraine did not provoke Russia's assault.
No.
Russia attacked Ukraine for no reason.
Yeah.
There was no discussion about Ukraine joining NATO. Ukraine suffered from neutrality. By the way, here's Pete Hegseth again saying that the firing of top military lawyers and top military brass was necessary to make sure that there don't exist roadblocks to anything that's about to happen. What the hell you're playing?
Branches. For people who may not know, I mean, they give advice to the military about what is lawful and what isn't. Not surprisingly, there's been some backlash to those who are worried about their removal. One Georgetown law professor says this: Trump also firing the Army, Navy, and Air Force JAGs. In some ways, that's even more chilling than firing the 4 stars. It's what you do when you're planning to break the law. You get rid of any lawyers who might try to slow you down. Your response to her?
I don't know who Rosa is and what her hyperbole is all about. Ultimately, we want lawyers who give sound constitutional advice and don't attempt to be roadblocks to anything. If anything that happens in their spots. What we know about these TJAGs, they're called TJAGs inside the military, traditionally they've been elected by each other or chosen by each other, which is exactly how it works often with the chairman as well. Small group of insulated officers who perpetuate the status quo.
No.
Well, guess what? Status quo hasn't worked very well at the Pentagon. It's time for fresh blood. So we're going to open.
Then you had Donald Trump's Treasury Secretary talking like a mobster, Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, is talking about how he's really just doing his
You
best.
knew what you were
Donald
doing
Trump
was something you
to
weren't
try
supposed to be
restore
doing, Dubladdy.
for their rare earth
Don't
minerals
fucking
split
push my buttons
Partnership
today.
between Ukraine and the U.S. that involves strategic minerals, energy, and state-owned enterprises, where we set up a partnership and we are only looking forward. It is a win-win. President Trump created this idea himself. It is a win-win. We make money, the Ukrainian people make money, and I believe that with the United States of America, our business is willing to come in and provide capital, that we can accelerate the Ukrainian growth trajectory and take in substantial monies for the U.S. taxpayer and get the Ukrainian economy on a growth trajectory.
And by the way, Russia loves all of this, as Julia Davis, who monitors all things Russia propaganda, give her a shout out. She does great work. She goes, Trump and his team are gladly spreading Russian propaganda, and Moscow is showcasing their subservience. Why blame Russia for its genocidal expansionist invasion when you can blame NATO? And that's what Russia's showing that the Trump administration is doing and playing the Trump clips over and over again. Here's the special envoy Witkoff again, talking about his great discussions with Putin. Let's play it.
The meeting ended, and I looked at my watch, and it was close to 3.5 hours that we were in there. And hopefully that suggests that a lot of good things got accomplished. I think that President Trump believes, and I believe because he believes it, that trust building begins with good, proper communication. And we just had a great discussion, me and President Putin, and now it will be up to President Putin and President Trump to work something out, and I think they're going to be successful.
Did you have an intelligence officer or anyone else with you? That's an extraordinary amount of face time with Putin.
ZDKeys.com. Shop the latest games and upcoming releases at the best prices. Enjoy incredible savings.
Officer or anyone else with you? That's an extraordinary amount of face time with Putin.
It was just me.
It was just you.
And then finally, here is Democratic Congress member Jim Himes, who I think's been stepping up a lot lately. And he says when you watch the language of Trump and Bessent and Musk and Vance and all of these MAGAs, it's like watching a bad episode of The Sopranos with their shakedown. Oh, give us your rare earth minerals or else. You're going to play this clip.
U.S. have some kind of guarantee or return on the billions of...
Quite literally gangster style shit. Yeah. That's exactly what that is. Mobster style fucking give it to us or we'll fucking take you out.
taxpayer dollars that have flowed into that conflict.
Well, Shannon, I have two problems with that concept. One, it just looks like an episode of The Sopranos, right? Give us your minerals or we're not going to help you fight a bloody butcher. I mean, is this really what we want the greatest country in history to be known for some mafia thing? Look, we've always stood with the good guys. We stood with Churchill against Hitler in World War I. We stood with the good guys. Even when we've gotten it wrong in Vietnam, we were standing with the good guys against the Viet Cong. In Iraq, we were going after Saddam Hussein. Now this president is standing with the bad guy. He's saying Zelensky is the problem. When Zelensky, with very few resources, is trying to stand up for democracy against a totalitarian butcher. What really worries me, Shannon, though, is what do you think President Xi is thinking? Because President Xi wakes up every single morning thinking it's the day I go into Taiwan.
One of the things also that we've been reporting on that's worth mentioning as well.
And yeah, it is worth bringing up what President Xi Jinping might be thinking. Because, let's be real. America and Russia get together. China has itself in a position where it can do quite a lot. Hold on. either side of things. If China really wanted to, China could take over, believe it or not, America's role in the world. Because America's not doing it. If China decided to get smart about things and stop some slave labor, China could be the big dog. Period. Without competition. I'm honestly kind of surprised China hasn't figured that one out yet. And that's just it. They don't have to take America and Russia off the map. They don't have to do anything to them. They just got to fix their shit. If China was to fucking become a democracy, basically, China would make America look like a piece of shit. It would be putting America in the place that it has earned through its actions these last 16 years. Now America ain't shit. It used to be something. It really did. We quite literally had the reputation of Big Brother on the world stage, and it was for a few different reasons. One, when we were wrong, we fucking fixed our shit. We admitted it, and then started working with what was right. When we saw others of our community, that's another word. Okay, we're still good. Power just flashed a couple times on me there. Yeah. America could be very well put in its place as basically another UK, another England, or Great Britain, sorry. That is the place, well, with a little bit more added negative, that America would be in. If China stepped up and started getting smart about their shit. I mean, really getting smart about it. Not just try and go, we don't like you. We still do trade with you, but we don't like you. You make us money. You make us money, we can do better for our country. We still don't like you. Loki, you're fine. You are inside, out of the wind, out of the rain, you're alright. I don't know why you're scared of it. You don't have any reason to be scared of it. I knew why Tidbit was. Tidbit was scared of the wind and rain because he actually had a fucking tree fall on him. Well, he was stuck outside, stuck under the thing. So much for this being done by 10.
Is that there have been lots of credible reports that the Trump administration, Musk and others, have been threatening Ukraine to shut off their Starlink connection, even though it's already been fully paid for by Poland. The Polish government has fully paid for Ukraine's Starlink, but nonetheless, you have the Trump administration still threatening that Elon Musk will shut off their Starlink if they don't submit and give America all of its materials. Like,
if you're wondering why Elon Musk's been doing Starlink so much, trying to get it going, that's why. Starlink is internet. Internet is a communication form. Yes, Elon Musk has been setting tactics in place since before he was in the White House. The first very notable movement by Mr. Musk in this direction was the buying of Twitter. And the mutilation of it. That's the first very, very noticeable. Okay, rent's paid. Now I got phone bill, internet bill, meds. Phone, internet, meds, cat litter, wet food for Kitty, and bag dog food for Loki.
seriously, what the hell is going on
Loki
here,
finished
folks?
school last night.
Been seeing lots of polling lately as well, showing how unpopular Donald Trump's attempted alliance with Putin is here in America. It's a shameful thing. It's embarrassing to be an American while Trump is sucking up to Putin like this and making America subservient to Russia, helping the Russian stock market soar while he crushes the American markets. This is a pathetic authoritarian regime we have here in the United States. Let's not mince words when we call it out. And again, powerful words there. Talk about not mincing words from Germany's new Chancellor, Friedrich Merz. Let me know what you think. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 5 million. Can't get enough Midas? Check out the Midas.
And that is the end of our first video for today.
Salty air. Heavy wind. Winter storm. All speed up the wear and tear on your roof. Is your home prepared?
Anthony! My guy.
Sunday, February 23, 2025. I'm Anthony Davis. Welcome to the Weekend Show, where we make the time to consider the news of the week. You can support my work in independent journalism at
Morning, Pete.
patreon.com/5minute news. Our guest today is a Democratic strategist and commentator who's receiving millions of views on TikTok and Instagram and here on YouTube as well. Sawyer Hackett, welcome back to the Weekend Show.
Great to be with you, Anthony. How are you?
Very good, and I'm very thrilled that you're here because people need to know that there are people out there who are pushing the messaging and who are saying all the right things. And we are currently witnessing the dismantling of our constitutional framework. And as Russell Vought, the new head of the Office of Management and Budget, described, we have entered a post-constitutional order. This represents nothing less than a gradual unraveling of American progress through history. It's not just an attack on the Constitution, it's also an assault on history itself. One example of this is the weakening of the civil service, and from the progressive era to the New Deal, the Great Society, these institutions have shaped the nation, and now we see direct challenges to birthright citizenship and the 14th Amendment. This is the deconstruction of the administrative state as Project 2025 described it. Where do the Democrats even start with all this stuff?
Yeah, I think, Democrats find themselves in the political wilderness at a time where it's absolutely the worst time to be in the political wilderness. We've been, locked out of power. We don't control the House. We don't control the Senate. We don't control the White House, and we don't control the courts. And at the same time, we have a, wannabe autocrat, or, at this point, I think it's probably fair to say that he is an autocrat, who is allowing a rogue billionaire and a team of unelected minions to come in, root out essentially anybody who has been a public servant for decades, working on vital programs for the American people, for working families, and they're dismantling, I think, what they see as the entire image of the federal government, so that they can build it up to benefit themselves. And I think, whether it's the corruption that we're seeing coming out of Musk, or the corruption we're seeing coming out of Trump with these Oval Office business deals that he's making, it's going to be a free-for-all, I think, a feeding frenzy of corruption for the billionaire class and Trump allies. Who they have no regard for our democracy. They have no regard for the rule of law, and anything that sort of stands in their way right now. It seems like they're hell-bent on taking down those barriers so they can achieve, their vision for what America looks like. And it's dark times. I'm not going to lie. It's pretty dark times.
There is a kind of collective denial going on, isn't there? Because people are so busy working and living their lives. And what goes on in Washington, federal government doesn't directly affect you unless you access federal services, or maybe you're paying your taxes, or there's a national disaster, an emergency. And, I fear that people won't really get a sense of quite how much deconstruction is going on until they really need them.
I get the sense right now that Americans have never felt more disillusioned and powerless in the face of what they feel like a full frontal attack coming from the Trump administration. I think Americans turned out in droves to rebuke Trump after 2016. We had a strong, vital resistance throughout the entirety of the Trump presidency in his first term. We had a great midterm election in 2018, and we won back the White House in 2020. And then, despite all of that, and despite everything that he said on the campaign trail, this man was reelected to office after January 6th, after all the corruption we've seen. And I think there's a sense out there among the public that, why should I take to the streets? Why should I risk potential, political persecution, potential violence, threats and intimidation from right-wing outlets and the Proud Boys or whoever else it may be? I think I get this sense that powerlessness has sort of stuck the voting public, and I think a lot of elected Democrats, into silence at a moment where we absolutely need the exact opposite. If there was a time for resistance in this country, it's right now, because in 2016, Trump was surrounded by a lot of sort of establishment figures, Republican figures, who they still pretended at least to care about things like the rule of law or constitutional democracy. He's eliminated all of those guardrails now, and his wildest impulses are fed and bolstered by fanatics. They're not curtailed. And so I think there's a sense of disillusionment, there's a sense of powerlessness, but it's kind of a chicken and the egg situation, because you need the outrage signal for Democrats to do something, and the elected Democrats need to send that outrage signal back to the public so that they know that they should be out there in the streets demanding change or demanding a stop to some of these actions that they're taking. So it's a little bit frightening situation right now. I think we're still trying to kind of grapple with we're only in the first month of the Trump presidency right now, so I do think it's going to reassemble itself. I do think there's going to be some serious protests, some serious actions that show that people are not supportive of these things that are coming out of the Trump administration, but it's taking some time to rebuild, and that's, I think, where the threat is right now, because there's so much pain and destruction happening in this moment.
History tells us that protest is the solution, and to just kind of throw down your
had past really been a proper reflection? Sure, but you're looking at the wrong past, Dave. Is it Dave? Whatever his name is, I can't remember at the moment. Anthony, I think. Yeah, Anthony Davis. You need to not look at American past and look at a particular moment in history and get some more information from a particular people who had to deal with the rising of it. In this case, the Germans. Because it is very much what is going on. And even the Germans are calling Trump and Elon out as Nazis. So let's just stop playing games about the whole they're not Nazis bullshit. Acts like a Nazi, sounds like a Nazi, looks like a Nazi, gets called a Nazi by Germany. It's probably a Nazi! I mean, I've been a little standoffish on doing that, the whole, they're all Nazis sort of thing. Because I really have. I've been a bit standoffish about it, but y'all are being called out by Germany. I'm sorry, I'm going to listen to Germany. Yeah, I'm going to listen to Germany over Donald Trump on what a Nazi is. Sorry. I'm going to listen to the people who had to deal with the rise of the Nazis. Not Donald Trump, who does a lot and says a lot of Nazi shit.
weapons and retreat is not the way that you overcome this situation. And I don't mean weapons physically, by the way, just in case anyone thinks that that's the case. But the protests, the corporate media have not covered them. There was the No Kings Day last Monday, No Kings on President's Day, and people braved freezing temperatures, both at the Capitol and East Coast City.
Because I've said it before and I'll say it again. Regular protests time is over. It has been. Many have said civil disobedience. Well, I might say not be so civil. Still be civil, but don't be that civil. Just make sure you direct your shit properly. Millionaires and billionaires have a very big and easily exploitable weakness. They are people of physical shit. Without this physical shit, they have no worth to themselves. They are easy to destroy. Oh, bosses, you can't fight with strength. No, you fight them with intelligence and tactic and understanding of what makes them tick. Rich people got shit that we couldn't dream of. Elon Musk's shit we couldn't dream of. All these fucking CEOs that were sitting up there on inauguration day have shit that any of us couldn't dream of. Not in our lifetime. And guess what? That thing that we want so bad and can't have, we can't have it because of those fucks. The same ones owning that shit. As the old song goes, it's not that old. They've got mansions. Think we should rob them. They've got yachts. Think we should scuttlebutt them. Drink up me hearties, yo-ho. You want pirates? Then let's give them pirates. And watch. You hit these soft targets. They will try to say that you are attempting a coup. Just watch. But there's a reason you go for these soft targets. Because you're not trying to overthrow the government. You're trying to overthrow the millionaires. The oligarchs. And that is defending your country. That is protected by the Constitution of the United States of America. Work smarter, not harder, guys. And you don't have to do it all at once. As a matter of fact, don't do it all at once. Take each target, give a little bit of time, then you do the next target. These fat cat fucks need to suffer. Let's make them suffer. We've got the power. And I know we've got the smarts. There's more than one of you that can scuttleboat a yacht without any trouble in just a matter of minutes. And I know that for a fact. There's any number of you out there who know how to get around security systems and pick locks. Because guess what? The only reason they have that security system is us. Meaning somewhere within the group, one of us knows the system. You see, that's the thing about being the people. You literally make the country work. So you know how it works. Even if you don't realize it. When it comes down to brass tacks, you people are the ones that make the country happen. security, power, freaking fuel. It's not these bigwigs. It's not these rich motherfuckers. It's you guys. So why are they benefiting from your work while you have to sit back and suffer? Because that's how it is. Trickle-down economics. Don't come at me with that bullshit. Do not come at me with that trickle-down economics bullshit. It is time to force trickle-down. How you force trickle-down is destruction. I mean, I'm not trying to spell it out in black and white here, but okay, I'm using a little bit of gray. Not a lot, though. Elon Musk and all of his buddies have so much problem figuring out what to do with their money. Hell, I think we should just take it from them. Show them what to do with it. Treat them like the fucking dogs they are and hold their nose to it as we fucking do it. Now, I said dogs for a reason. Because that's an insult to all animals. Just say to treat them like the animals they are. It's really not nice to dogs to even relate them to these guys. But honestly, that seems to be about the level of their intelligence. And these numbskulls need to be shown who's boss. And I've been saying this for the longest time. Really fucking long time now. The government is not the boss. You are. They're the employee. It's about time everybody starts remembering that. And the stuff I've been talking about is exactly how this boss has to get shit done when the employees stop listening. I hate to use the phrase, but it's time for the people to crack the whip. And we can't just crack it. It's gonna have to make contact. There is a bunch of swine in our country making our lives hell. Just shitting anywhere they want. And that group over there, for some reason, thinks that they're smart. I mean, smarter than us. Which, yeah, pigs are smart. They really fucking are. And they can't outsmart people. Doesn't make it smarter than a group of people. America, this is your country. If I had the way, if I had the ability to not have my life fucked up, I'd be out there protesting right now. Well, okay, maybe I wouldn't be protesting. No, I'd definitely be protesting. Because if I was there, I'd protest. That wouldn't be my main reason for being there. No. And if I didn't have the stuff to worry about, I'd be planning. And going after those tasty berries myself. Well, not one, of course. I would assemble the mage team. And, that, oh.
He's trying to enter the Arizona State House to oppose a bill that would bolster federal immigration enforcement in Florida and California.
So, yeah, on the whole being disabled thing, I also go above and beyond to make sure that I don't have the ability to do certain things. Such as just abscond and disappear. Because I very much could and make this team up and start taking soft targets and shit like that. I have the knowledge and I know how to create the team. It wouldn't be hard with the way things are going. But that would require me to go ghost. And I can do it. But, well, that leaves a couple of animals that I care about in the wing. And I won't do that. I refuse. Even that big bratty fluff ball in the back, I care too much for to do something like that. Yeah. There's many things I could do. But there's also many things that I make sure I can't do. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm cut from the same kind of cloth as a few other rather well-known names for doing some rather stark things. People talk about Luigi, and it's just like, I know where Luigi is coming from. I can put myself there, and to some extent, have been there. And I know I'm not the only one. I'm not the only one with that ability. Having the ability and knowledge I have, it just makes you sit here and go, how many other people are sitting in my shoes right now? How many people have that same knowledge level and ability who have tied themselves down to stop themselves from being able to do something like that? And then on top of that, how many more of us are regretting it right now? Of course, there's a good portion of those in that situation who are going to look at me and go, "You've only got animals, dude. What the fuck? You've got full-on families. What are you doing?" They would say there's no excuse. And I go, yeah, technically I could say the same thing about you and your family. We both have things we care about. We've both made it sure that we don't have the ability to just up and go. Because we both know that it's not good. Except in these rare fucking circumstances. Where one person really can make that difference. Once more, we all got the fuck together. That'd be an elite unit. If we got together and could work together. That would be an elite unit that could do a lot of damage really quickly. In many ways. If we do it the good way or the bad way. Anything I'm going to be involved in, I'm not taking lives if I can help it. I'll save a piece of shit to watch him romp before I dispatch him. And no, I wouldn't be happy with someone who did. Though it is about time that I would have to stop giving a shit. If I was able to be in that situation, it would be a lot of cold calculation. My primary worries would be collateral damage and trying to alleviate that as much as possible. Instead of bullets, which, no hate on Oregon Salem incident, I would much rather use localized EMPs. That way you fry the electronics of the cars. Yeah. Problem is this stuff's really just quick thought for me. It's not even a lot of thinking. Like taking out a yacht, that's not hard. As long as you can get your hands on the little bit of explosives you need. Get yourself some waterproof C4. Set it in 3 spots on the boat. Ship, whatever you want to fucking call it. No disrespect to those who are mariners. One at the bow and 2 on port. Or sorry. Yeah. Sorry, stern, not port. You place them well below the waterline.
Hello.
Hello. And joy. Once you're a good safe distance, you just press the button and watch it go. Things like that are too easy. Hell, you got the right tools, any building's easy to get into. Or take out. But again, just like the freaking car dealership, if it's a building scenario, just localize the EMP.
So you were an old mage. That's cool.
Thanks. Yeah. But this stuff is fairly easy and a lot cheaper than maybe originally thought. There are always smaller ways to make these happen, or cheaper ways to make these things happen. An EMP is just an electromagnetic pulse. A little bit of research and you can figure out how to generate an electromagnetic pulse. Yeah, it's doable without too much work. I'm not even going to talk about explosives. One, I don't have enough experience or knowledge. There are many people with better experience and knowledge than I have. I can almost guarantee someone would be out there going, C4, why not just use deck cord? And I don't know my shit, so that's why. Deck cord would probably be a bit more precise. And at that point, you could even just and go. Yes, where instead you're sticking a C4 up there and then can set up the wiring and shit. And hoping that it's still going to work. Should, as far as I'm aware. But, again, I don't know my shit. Not when it comes to that. When it comes to psychology, yes, I know my shit pretty well.
I want to become a political streamer myself. Got any advice?
Make sure that you actually got factual news sources. It's probably the biggest one. Call them out on their shit. My news source that I use on here, which is the Midas Touch Network.
Resources.
Sources, as in news sources, where you're getting your information. It's a nowadays kind of place where you need to bring receipts. Especially if you want to have any chance of being listened to. It's a crazy world right now. And I can now actually say world. It was just America originally. And then, well, shit happened.
Can I just put Associated Press website up for sources?
Oh. I won't touch anything Associated Press anymore. You can't trust mainstream media. Period. You quite literally need to go looking out in the rest of the world to get some factual shit. Either that or up close and personal where you're actually listening to the lawyers and different parts of the government from themselves, which is what I have. There's governmental lawyers and different members of the government themselves.
I checked like 6 news sites to compare. I like the AP.
You shouldn't necessarily like your news source. I'm gonna say that right now. If you literally like your news source, you're...
Why?
Why? Because if you like your news source, you're hearing too much of what you want to hear. Especially nowadays. I have to get on these guys. But it's factual. They bring the receipts. They actually show the documents.
What if I like truth and reality?
Then you're really going the wrong way. 100%. If you want truth and if you like truth and reality, start listening to European, Canadian, and Mexican news. If you want news sources you can trust a lot more, that's where you need to be looking. If you want a news source you can...
Who shows receipts? BBC.
As far as showing receipts for newscasts, I wouldn't say BBC. One, you're going to be wanting to look more newspaper.
Al Jazeera.
That one I don't know. But straight bringer. As far as out there, I don't know any particular ones. BBC was okay, but they still need to do a little bit more. I don't know how they're doing nowadays. That's still a bit too mainstream for me. I won't watch BBC or... Well, I watch independent news media now. I'm going to the source. Especially for American politics bullshit. And that's Midas Touch Network here on YouTube.
I'd love to find more independent news sources. Please tell me about them.
There is the Midas Touch Network here over here on YouTube, as well as 5 Minute News, Democracy Watch, and On Democracy. Now, to be clear, a lot of these are all based around the political spectrum and what's going on as far as that. And right now, that is quite a big deal. But it's also going to be a chance to, if you're American, learn a lot of your American civil rights that you just weren't taught the ins and outs of. A lot of us weren't. I mean, because, well, that's what half these lawyers do. This is quite literally coming from the same people that have been doing this job for some time. Some of them are newer, some of them are older. And then you quite literally have them bringing in congressmen and women, freaking professional psychologists. Yeah. This news group is actually pretty damn good. Like I said, I tend to have to get over after them for a little bit of fluffing the truth or exaggerating. I'll actually let you see what's like.
There was hundreds
This
of
is Anthony
protesters
Davis.
suing Not My President, saying
5 Minute News.
protests and the Snow King's theme was orchestrated by the 50-51 movement, and so
I
there
wrote
is
down
some
Midas.
organising
What were the
going
others?
on, but you just wouldn't really know it if you were just sticking to
5 Minute News with Anthony Davis. On Democracy. And Democracy Watch. There is also a couple of younger independent newscasters that are pretty good that I will watch as well. Do I have anything from Brian here in the list? Nope, that's all Midas. Okay. But let me see if I can pull that up real quick. Brian Taylor Cohen. He's one of those younger names. And that would be the name of his channel as well. Got another one. He was a little bit more opiniony though. We can't find that other younger buck.
I'll check them out when I'm out of work.
All right. And that's completely up to you. I'm not going to force you or tell you got to do that kind of shit. But if you want a real good idea of what's going on from our side of things, as in America, that's a good place. Anthony Davis gives a nice, aspect of someone who legally immigrated to America from the UK, and kind of talks about some of the differences sometimes, and you can hear it. I'm, of course, kind of partial to the way they think of things sometimes, so he's, out of all of them, my favorite. That even I have issues with sometimes.
The kind of regular news networks, they know that Trump is box office, and that once again there is money to be made.
It's been somewhat alarming to see the lack of coverage of the protest, of the backlash. Not only in this country, but around the world, there's these protests. And I think the media has sort of, they've fallen victim to this Steve Bannon flood the zone strategy where, they're just pumping the media ecosystem full of news, on an every hour clip. And, I think it's taking reporters who have to write articles about every single one of these, executive orders that they're passing, or confirmations that they're, facilitating through the Senate, or whatever it may be. The media is both has capacity issues. Journalists are being laid off left and right. They have journalistic programming concerns here. A lot of these networks are paying Trump millions in settlements right now as we speak over bogus claims of defamation. And they're, I think, trying to assess the landscape. Where is the power and where is the energy in this country right now? I think, they're seeing somewhat meager protests compared to 2016, and they think, okay, well, this is not as newsworthy as, say, a mass deportation effort, or the confirmation of an insane person like Kash Patel, the FBI director. So there's just all of this stuff happening. I think the scary thing, authoritarian regimes win when they're able to, silence the public, when they're able to stifle public outrage, either by coercion or intimidation or violence. And I do think that there's an element of that right now, that folks aren't taking to the streets in mass the same way that we saw last time around. Some of that pain that you talked about, I think, is going to help facilitate that, and I think that there's a lot of pain coming. I mean, just for example, this week we saw another major plane crash at a time when they're cutting hundreds of FAA workers. We saw, nuclear safety officials who were laid off at a time when Putin is bombing nuclear sites in Ukraine. You have these disease detectives over at the USDA, I think, who were working on bird flu at a time when bird flu is on the rise. And so, we're very much in the beginnings of, I think, some of that pain happening. And of course, that's not something I would welcome, but I do think the pain helps contribute to the outrage, and the outrage helps, facilitate more people showing up to those really, really, really important protests.
I guess part of the problem is that because Trump and Musk have no idea how the federal government works, and they've never really taken any interest in it, because they've never really needed to access anything, because the super rich have always been ring-fenced from anything, right? Especially healthcare. That they are coming in and they're being like, well, this doesn't make sense. I mean, they didn't even realize that USAID does international development. It's not just about foreign aid, but it's about developing these nations with the United States at the heart of that, to prevent the likes of China from coming in and having influence in those regions. And so gutting these things without really considering the effect on America. And I've heard them say, well, there's nothing to do with us. Nothing to do with us. Trump talks about that water between us and Ukraine and thinks that the water is a reason not to be supporting a sovereign nation. There is simply no thought or empathy or understanding of how government operates. Not just US government, but any government in any country anywhere in the world. It's a difficult place to start, isn't it? When the people in charge have just no concept of what it means to even be a federal worker and how you put your politics to one side to come and do your job every day.
That dog.
Side to come and do your job every day.
I think for a lot of people, it's really hard to tell whether some of the things that are happening are, due to incompetence and, negligence and the inability to just do the job, or whether it's something more nefarious, whether it's something more corrupt, whether it's something more, evil, that they are trying to set up government in a particular way. And I think this debate is somewhat silly because I think it can be both. I think they're both.
Yeah, I agree with that.
They can be both incompetent people who don't realize that USAID serves an essential role in pushing back on China, which is one of their stated goals of the Trump administration, is to push back on China. They don't know that we have safety officials at the FAA and at the National Nuclear Security Administration who are doing these things that are protecting Americans every single day that don't really get a ton of spotlight. But anybody who works in government knows that these people serve essential roles, and that a Democratic administration, if we were to come in and look at making cuts across the government, those things would be examined in a very serious, thoughtful way to say, okay, well, if these people were to cut funding for this, what would happen to the health safety of people who are trying to protect themselves against bird flu or whatever it may be? They don't think about those things. It's that they don't care who they hurt or what they break in the process of dismantling federal government and society so that they can rebuild it to benefit themselves and hand themselves massive tax breaks and deregulate the entire executive branch so that Elon Musk can go on making billions and billions of dollars every year and taking billions of dollars in federal contracts. They just don't care who they hurt. And so they're doing all of these things with absolutely no regard for the pain that they're causing. And I think Elon Musk and Donald Trump's relationship together is perhaps the most frightening element of this, because I think Trump sees Musk as he can absorb a lot of the public opinion backlash or the bad press or the whatever it may be, because he's not a politician. He doesn't have to run for office. He's a billionaire. He's going to be a billionaire. Nothing's going to change. And Trump feels like he can skate by without...
Nothing's going to change. I think that's a little wishful thinking. I definitely think that's a little wishful thinking. He's going to be a billionaire. Nothing's going to change.
Necessarily taking all the heat for every one of these actions. Of course, it's his administration. He's the one signing off on all of this. He's the one overseeing all of this. But I think that once the calm of this or early storm of all these executive orders, of all of these actions that they're taking, subsides, and we get to an actual governance environment where individual actions are examined by the public, and executive orders that pass that cause harm to Americans are actually covered by the media, by the mainstream media, and I think you will see the kind of backlash that we saw in 2016.
What I really find amusing is what Donald Trump and Elon Musk think make them so great is also their biggest fucking weakness. Seriously. And it's so easy to exploit. And I'm not just talking boycotting. I mean, that's a damn good way to go about it, too. But, no. There are plenty of things that material people like billionaires like to have. They've got a problem with having money, huh? I think it's about time the American people help the billionaires do some finances. Because apparently we've got a better idea how to do it than they do, going out buying yachts and shit. I don't know about y'all. I go out and buy food, medication. I don't buy no yacht. If I had the money, I might get my own little place, my little lot of land. But wouldn't go after no yacht or fucking $1 million car. Sure. Would it be nice to be able to collect and have these cars? Yeah. It would be nice. But me. Looks like we disconnected for a second there, at least in chat. Shit happens. Ugh. But otherwise, there is a lot of other people in me. I would much rather sit there and make sure that family, be they one parent and kids, both parents and kids. If I see that these people need a car, I'm going to be a lot more concerned about them having what they need. Because they're raising the future. I'm only going to be here for so fucking long. You're okay, boo-boo. You're alright. I need to go see what the hell that was. So that just must have been the wind just right. But that definitely moved trailer pretty good. I literally saw somebody back into the trailer. And it's like, oh, what the fuck?
Just does take time, and I think that they found a unique strategy in both having Elon Musk and this flood the zone strategy to kind of distract the American people or overwhelm them into silence, and I think that's what's happening.
It's probably worth mentioning that there is an awful lot of people who think that Musk is amazing and that he really is the savior alongside Donald Trump. And, the two of them are a force to be reckoned with. And, you see it in right-wing social media. They're saving us and, at least they're doing something and the government needed fixing and all this stuff. And the problem is there is some truth to that. And so, I think an issue previously was that the Democrats did not acknowledge that there was a great dissatisfaction with the way the federal government was bloated and was in need of investment. And that's the irony, isn't it? That, if they are going to overhaul any of these departments, it requires investment.
Right.
And that's not something they want to. So how they're going to do it without investing, I don't know. But anyway, back to the point. The point is that what do we do about the large numbers of people in the United States who voted for Trump, who have got Musk inadvertently, but actually think that this is the right recipe for America's future?
Want to earn cryptocurrency? Try Coinbase. Coinbase
recipe for America's future.
We were seeing the power of propaganda at work. I mean, there's a reason that before his foray into the Trump world and his foray into politics and government, Elon Musk bought Twitter and turned it into X and made it this cesspool of right-wing propaganda. It's control of the media, it's control of public opinion using these mega platforms. That sentiment that you're talking about of government waste, of course, that's existed forever. I mean, Ronald Reagan was a champion of that cause way back in the 80s, and so I think it's a sentiment that it's lingered underneath the surface for so long, and they've seen government, come up short on a lot of things, and they've seen stories about fraud and waste and abuse and all these things, and it's just lingered underneath the surface for so long, and then you have this person who is empowered by a president to go in and, go after fraud, waste, and abuse with whatever tools he wants and without any repercussions or without any being held accountable by the law, any guardrails, and they cheer him on because they're like, yeah, he's going after this stuff, and then they have a propaganda outlet like Fox that is essentially just a promotion for all of this stuff. I mean, the other day when Trump and Musk sat down in an interview with Sean Hannity, he was scrolling on the screen all of these programs from USAID that they were slashing or claiming to have slashed. That stuff has been public for so long, and Democrats and Republicans, there's been a bipartisan coalition in Congress that have tried to cut down on that waste for a long time, and they've been unsuccessful. But not because they didn't have the will to do it, it's because they were constrained by the forces of a constitutional republic, and this administration does not seem constrained by those at all. I don't think that broadly the public is supportive of the way that they're doing it. I don't think that Elon Musk Doge is popular, and I think polling is bearing that out right now. We're seeing all these polls come out that are showing that Elon Musk's approval rating is tanking. Not that necessarily all matters all that much, but you're seeing polls show that the actions that he's taking are not supported. And you're starting to see Donald Trump's approval rating and his the way that voters look at his actions are coming down as well. And so if Elon Musk starts to be a drag on Donald Trump, that dynamic...
Yeah, Loki, you're all right.
The Vice President, J.D. Vance, he said that judges should not have the authority to limit the executive's power. So it's a direct attack on the foundation of the American legal system. This is where we cross over into the constitutional crisis, when Trump ignores judges' rulings. And additionally, Trump has claimed that he is above the law. He likened himself to a monarch or a king. And he posted, "He who saves his country does not violate any law." The Napoleon quote was also used by Anders Breivik, the murderer in Norway. This is terrifying times when it's almost as if when the media says, Trump thinks he's a king, Trump reads that, because of course that's all he reads, is looking for his name in the papers, and then posts a picture of him with a crown on, as a kind of two fingers up to the media and the people. It's very hard to kind of go for people when they have no shame, right? They have no conscience, and they have no empathy. These people are monsters, effectively. I read this morning that reference to Trump as a supervillain. I hate to say that because I think he would really love that title. And then he'll put a picture of himself as Superman and call it supervillain. This is what we're dealing with. It's so childish.
And, it doesn't matter now in hindsight, but these were the things that we were all warning about ahead of the election. And, of course, it's on Democrats, the party itself, and elected Democrats to have conveyed that message appropriately to the American people ahead of time. And, I don't necessarily think that we did. I think people lived through 4 years of Trump, and so they think of him as, and it was bad in many ways, terrible in many ways, but it wasn't catastrophic that it didn't end our democracy. It didn't, it came pretty close on January 6th, but there wasn't this moment in which violence was needed to protect the republic from Trump or anything like that. And so,
we still got to vote in 2020, right? So that was.
And for anyone who's thinking that, excuse me, that thinks that it's just still a time of non-aggression and non-violence, I want to slap you. It's like that. If you're thinking that you're being so ignorant, naive, foolish, to the point I just want to fucking slap you. Now, I still do not agree with violence against people, as in attempt to kill, beat, maim. Let's try not to go there. There are plenty of soft targets that can hurt millionaires a lot worse than their own body. These people have one thing: money. Make them spend it. They didn't like they wanted to sit here and give us a lie with trickle down. Well, let's force it to happen. Loki, you had better be on that bed laying down. You've been bad boy today.
That happened. That's probably not going to happen this time.
And I think that the public broadly just thinks that liberals and the media tend to, hyperbolize some of these things about Trump and what he is and what he stands for. But they don't even look at what's coming out of his mouth or what's coming on his Twitter screen. He's saying these things himself. It's not us saying them anymore. It's him. It's him saying that he wants to run for a third term. It's him saying, or J.D. Vance saying, that judges can't control them.
I'm sorry, some of us, it was always him. It was always the stuff that was coming from his mouth that we were telling you. I'm one of those. Once again, my family, as in the one that I actually call family, not the one that I was born into and treating me like absolute garbage, is Trump supporters. Every single one of them. Including my youngest brother. who I absolutely love. He is fucking awesome and doesn't deserve where he's at. Mind you, he was getting wise to Trump at the end of his first term. Sadly, he now doesn't get the right to vote. Because it got revoked because he's in jail. Because of a corrupt system. So, yeah. What's that? Well, we gotta get the charger on. Could have swore you were on the charger all damn night. Maybe your battery's finally going.
The legitimate power of the executive, it's him quoting Napoleon saying, you know, he who saves his country does not violate any law. These are actions that he is taking himself, and the media is so overwhelmed that they're not able to contextualize these things for the American people.
I am very much loving how the left side of things, people-wise, is taking that statement. Yeah, they're not applying it to Donald. Now, as far as they're concerned, one person that deserves that honor and should be that recipient at the moment is Luigi. So, let that sink in.
And there's a whole block of people out there, about 40-something% of the public, that just doesn't care. They just don't care. So, I mean, in terms of constitutional crisis, we are absolutely nearing that moment. Trump has ignored elements of judges' orders already, of course, but we haven't seen some sort of directive from the Supreme Court or a high-level appellate court that he has violated yet. That will be the moment, I think, where a lot of folks in the media, especially, will finally say what we're dealing with, which is a constitutional crisis that we are very much on the breaking point of. And we talked about at the outset, Democrats being in the political wilderness and being locked out of power in House, Senate, White House, and the courts. If he does, reach that constitutional crisis level, if he does decide to ignore an order from the Supreme Court, what are they going to do? I mean, I think we know that congressional Republicans aren't going to do a damn thing about it, and the courts don't have an army to stop Trump. It's going to take the public. It's going to take the public showing up in mass in the streets. It's going to take, people getting creative with how we protest and how we display that outrage, because I think that outrage matters. It really shows elected officials that they need to show some spine, Democrats in Congress especially. But I also think it signals to the broader world and to the broader country that, we're not happy with what's happening. We're all just not okay. It's not.
Outrage is, yes, the right thing. Get creative. Okay, I could see that being used in a way to make sense. Another way of saying regular protests aren't working. Need to spice it up. There's many spicy things out there. Hell, spicy pillows are a thing. Talk to your local protesters. See who has the knowledge. And see who's ready, who's not. Because if they're not ready for it, they're not ready for it. And this is not something that you can push somebody to do. I really wish I wasn't so tied down. I really, really fucking do. Because this group really does need someone to guide it. There's a little bit of organization. It's okay, Boo Boo. It's okay. He does not like the word. Not at all. I know, there's going to be many of you going, you're not tied down. Yeah, but I can't drive. I can't get myself to these places. What it would take for me to start leading this movement is not something I have the capabilities of doing. Not without getting tuned into. I would be proud to lead this movement. I would take it as an honor. Kind of proud. Not a look at me kind of thing. I feel respected and seen. And I am now going to make sure that that gets returned back to you. Because you're the ones that put me here. Just as if I was to run for office. One flavor or another. So that's the thing about being the leader. It's not about you. Any good leader damn well knows that. I've always gone by a simple rule in my life. Well, not always. It took me a little bit to figure it out. So I can't say always. But it's been some time. Once I realized that I couldn't impress people on a regular basis, I stopped giving a fuck. I started only caring about impressing myself. And found out I started impressing other people along the way. Which really did kind of throw me for a loop. Because other people were impressed with me long before I was impressed with myself. I'm just like, why? I haven't even done the thing yet. I've just been figuring it out. If I had done the thing, I could get it, but... What?
I think a lot of people see what Musk is doing, see what Trump is doing, and they assume, oh well, half the country supports what he's doing here. This is okay. Like at least he was elected, and this is what he was elected to do. And it's not the case. These people, even Trump supporters are not supporting what he's doing. There was a poll I think this morning that came out that showed like 84%, I think, opposed his pardoning of January 6th rioters. 86%. I mean, that's a broad coalition of people across, all ideologies who are rejecting some of the actions that he's taking. And so it's on us. I think Democrats, elected Democrats, to
That's news to me. I thought it was like 76 or 79, something like that. And it was a little bit closer to 60% mark. But that was also a couple of weeks ago. That might be updated numbers. I don't know. I don't think so.
turn that outrage, to turn that opposition into bodies in the street.
So let's talk about the numbers, because Trump claims that he has a mandate, and which he, by a whisker. And this is the thing. Now that all of the numbers have been counted, he won the popular vote by 1.5 percentage points. The Electoral College, as we know, is rigged and stacked in favor of Republicans. There's been huge amounts of voter suppression over the last 4 or 5 years, well, for decades, but
Thank you.
ramped it up in swing states.
Thank you.
For the last 4 years, because they knew that was the best chance of winning the.
And that is why I like, one of the main reasons why I like Anthony's show, is because he's not afraid to say that shit. And we have evidence and proof of it. It's not just hyperbole, it's not just an opinion. There's fucking receipts. So, yeah. Any of y'all want to get pissy that I didn't vote? That's why, motherfuckers. Not to mention, I'm in Oregon. I'm not a swing state. My single vote, compared to all the businesses here, ain't shit. And the thing to keep in mind is after you have a business that makes so much, you've got to vote for that business. As in that business has a say, as if it's one of us. That's not acceptable. So yeah, I didn't vote. But I know the fuck why I didn't vote. That wasn't the only reason, that was the primary reason.
Election, preventing people from actually voting or purging votes. And then, of course, there's the disinformation, which has played a huge part in Trump being elected. So, whilst his election was legitimate...
disinformation, Russian propaganda, which I have been fighting the entire time. I've been calling out Trump since he said he was even thinking about running for president. Since he made the quote-unquote joke. Because I made the prediction many, many fucking years ago. Sorry, let me rephrase that. A few decades back. That this shit was gonna happen. I still to this day can't stand to see this shit coming through. And for me, yeah, it's watching it all in fucking slow motion. Because all I can do is this. As I've said before, I'm a man of ways, not means. A man of ways needs to be seen to be effective in a situation like this. I can't just stick to my typical background quiet shadows that I typically prefer to be. I typically prefer to be the silent partner, the support, because it makes me feel nice. I would rather be the guy in the back doing the work without anybody knowing. And then Twitch is on that and break it. So, hold off. You're okay, boo-boo. I know, buddy. The wind is pretty shaky today. It's just not raining cats and dogs. And I really haven't made it very clear since I've been on my channel too much that I do prefer to be the guy in the background. I do prefer to be the guy that dips his head so that way the other team members get their proper credit. Get noticed for what they did. I don't care to be the figurehead boss. I prefer to be the team member. And yeah, maybe that's a bit different. But I'm different, so. But time and time again, I'm told that I have leadership qualities. I should be leading. I should be in charge of groups of hundreds of people who just like, why? Yeah, I could probably be a pretty damn good manager leader. But 9 times out of 10, that's some cold shit. I don't like to be like that. And that would be the problem with me doing something like president. I would have trouble not helping people. Having the ability to get around and go help, I would have trouble not doing so. Yeah, it would look like a lot of America First. It really would. But it wouldn't be America First. Because I know for a fact that we are tied into the rest of the world in a way that we can't sever without destroying the entire world. And we kind of need the rest of the world. By kind of, I mean really fucking need it. Hellbent kind of need the rest of the world exactly how it was before Trump. And then we need to work on it. At least on our side. If I became a leader out of all this bullshit, we'd be learning a lesson. That's for fucking sure. And y'all would get tired of me because I wouldn't let it rest. I would not let it rest. It would be every day. we can't fall back prey to this again. I would be fixing or attempting to fix many things. One of the biggest would be how new mainstream media works. Ratings would be pulled for things like that, to where there is no longer a rating system. Their money and funding is not based off ratings. Because news should not be ratings. Ratings should not be news. It should not be in the same category. Just like entertainment and news should not mix. No. Something such as a source of information for many people of the country is not something that should be fucked with. I can understand not liking the idea of government-owned media, though we're getting exactly that currently. But I would actually rather see regulation at that point. If you guys don't want it owned by the government, fine. We'll regulate that shit for facts. Make sure that that shit is correct. And if not, the news source will suffer the consequences. And it's not going to be whatever my opinion is, because that doesn't mean a goddamn thing. It would be whatever the facts of the actual fucking situation. Things like twisting headlines to get views? No. Google would get in some deep shit. Because I'm sorry, I'm really tired of Google telling you guys that those of us on disability are getting more money. When never is it true. The only time we see more money is when the cost of living goes up. And let me tell you, that's typically not much more than $40. The biggest cost of living raise I've seen on my disability since I've been on it, got on it in 2014, was a $60 increase. And I'm still below $12K a year. I'm actually below $11K a year. Yes, you are hearing that right. I get less than $1,000 a month to live on. Or attempt. Thankfully, I've got some help. Because otherwise, I sure the fuck wouldn't be streaming right now. I would be out finding food at this moment. And probably trying to figure out how much a motel room is going to cost me. Because I'd actually be able to afford it. And have a way to take a shower and stay warm. Have a bed to sleep in. Because that's literally the difference between me having the assistance I have and not. That's literally the difference between me having mom and dad for a little bit of help and not. And even at that, all of us are struggling. Mom and dad included.
On paper, there is so much debate to be had about how legitimate it is when you are allowed, courtesy of Citizens United, to have someone like Elon Musk spend $270 million on helping him win the election. The reason I'm saying this is not because I'm an election denier, but because it seems to me that there are more people who didn't vote for Donald Trump than who did. And that's what's important going forward, right?
Yes.
Consider that he got 77 million, Harris got 75 million or whatever. Then you have like another 60 million who either didn't vote or whose votes weren't counted. I mean, there are more people who didn't vote for Trump than those who did. How do the Democrats harness that movement?
It's one of my biggest pet peeves in political discourse is, you know, the constant refrain of, well, you know, half the country voted for this, half the country did not vote for this, half the voting population did not vote for this. I mean, he did not get 50% of the vote. He did not get 50% of the popular vote. But not only that, you know, there's a huge population of Americans who did not vote, who were eligible to vote and did not vote. And then, on top of all of that, you know, digging into the data, you know, this mandate, he may have been elected, you know, fairly, and we can debate fairly because there's plenty of unfairness that went into that election, but they didn't support the individual policies or the approaches that he's taking right now. I mean, first of all, he did not campaign on cutting veteran care. He did not campaign on you know, slashing critical spending on working class families, on slashing Medicaid spending, which they've just proposed in the new Republican budget, almost $1 trillion in cuts. You know, Medicaid serves predominantly Republican voters more than it does Democratic voters in red states. There's a reason why, you know, populists like Steve Bannon are championing those things, because it would be crazy for the Republican Party to go after those voters and strip them millions of their own voters of their health care. Trump did not campaign on these things. He did not campaign on a rogue billionaire. He's staging a hostile takeover of every federal agency, of dismantling the Department of Education and the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, which is extremely popular, you know, in its fight against junk fees and going after the big corporations who are price gouging us. These things, this has been a constant problem for the Democratic Party, is that the individual policies that we support, the vision that we are campaigning on is extremely popular with the voting public. Vast majorities of Democrats, independents, and Republican voters support our agenda over their agenda, and yet, you know, Donald Trump can still be elected. It's a real problem, I think, for the Democratic Party, and I think it's a messaging problem, it's a branding problem, it's a strategy problem, it's a media problem, a media ecosystem problem, and Trump he's the perfect politician to kind of fit right through that, you know, those gaps of public knowledge, and this, you know, I cannot stand this he has a mandate framework, because this man won by a few 10,000 votes in a couple swing states, did not get 50% of the vote. You know, it was not a mandate, it was not a sweeping election. Yes, he won, you know, all the battleground states, but that's the way the country moved. When the country moves in one direction, the swing states have to move in one direction. It doesn't necessarily mean that he has broad support for, you know, attacking institutions, attacking working families, attacking federal employees. That's not what he was supposed to do.
No.
At Papa Murphy's, we build your pizza with the freshest ingredients. You take it and bake it fresh in your oven.
So technically,
it's attacking investments in working families, attacking federal employees. That's not what he was supposed to do.
But Republicans know that because they got a clean sweep in that election, and that their tactics of disinformation and voter suppression worked, unlike their last coup with Mike Pence and the fake electors scheme, which failed.
Yes.
That they know that they're onto something.
And with
It's
more
so
people
much so that
viewing
they've
an
reintroduced
ass.
the SAVE Act that would require all citizens to produce a document like a passport or a birth certificate each time they register to vote, even when they re-register if they move. And it's this kind of unprecedented national requirement that has the potential to block millions of eligible Americans from casting ballots, most likely for Democrats. And so my fear is that they've managed to work out how to play the system so that the Democrat can never win another election going forward.
With some extent,
That
to some extent,
itself
yes.
is so acutely dangerous considering their agenda, the isolationist plans for America, and the race.
Isolationist, you mean nationalist, my friend.
That this period, this deconstruction period, is going to last a whole lot longer than it needs to.
The reverberations, I think, of the actions that they're taking right now will last decades, if not centuries. You know, I think the nightmare scenario is exactly what you're talking about. Is them coming into power and using that power to increase their own power and diminish our power, diminish minority, the power of the minority, and to increase the power of the majority. And I think, you know, you're seeing this already. You know, Elon Musk spent however many hundreds of millions of dollars to elect Trump. I think it was $277 million to elect Trump. He's already set his sights on the next few races that he can use, spend his millions and billions to control our democracy. You know, there's a big Wisconsin Supreme Court race on April 1st, and Elon Musk just dropped the $2.5 million into that race so that you know, Republicans could take that seat and take control of the Wisconsin Supreme Court. In 2020, that court blocked Trump's attempt to overturn the election by just one vote. And so now they're trying to ensure that that does not happen again, that they have someone in there who's going to do their bidding, who's going to rig future elections for them, who's going to carry out
you're
their
not
mega
hot,
agenda
dude.
to ban
Cut it
abortion,
out.
and go after voting rights, and go after you know, the ability for people to cast a ballot fairly. This is exactly the fear I think a lot of Democrats had in them taking over, is that they're going to use the majority power to
You're all right.
curtail us even more and prevent, I think, fair elections moving forward. You know, I don't want to necessarily say that our elections won't be fair moving forward, but I think if they're successful in some of the efforts that they're going to be taking, or at least trying to take, that's very much a possibility, and that's frightening. And I think it should be alarming to Americans. It should be more alarming than it is, but you know, I think that's a problem of Democrats and it's a problem of the media. So we have to start telling those stories right now.
Because it's not illegal what they've done. This is what's so clever about the purging of votes. You know, in their various districts.
Yeah.
Is that it's done in such a stealth-like way, and I was encouraging people to kind of search for, you know, to go online and to try and see where any of these new voting policies showed up, and they're all months ago, like way before the election. So by suppressing the vote much earlier than the election, in different places at different times, it doesn't really kind of connect and show up as one major event that people need to be like, oh my God, look what they're doing. Because it's been done very subtly and very cleverly and legally.
And kind of why I've been running my mouth all these years.
Because they're able to kind of play that game.
But no one wants to listen.
He's spending. He's going to throw $10 million at
Because I'm nobody but a random fucking guy who doesn't have anything to do with politics.
And try and get him elected there. And he's currently doing it in Germany with
Thank
the
you.
AfD. And as we know, he's been hosting the leader of the far-right Nazi sympathizing party there. I mean, so much so that their approval rating has gone down because Musk has attached himself to their party.
Yep.
It's almost like it's too much Nazi for Germany, which is, I mean, it's great, but it's like, it's just so weird we're even having to have these conversations.
I think the extent to which, you know, Elon Musk has been radicalized and red-pilled by his platform, the platform that he's buying, has been underreported.
Yes, he's addicted to it.
He's addicted to it, but this man, you know, he is a Nazi. I mean,
Yeah.
he is a white supremacist. He does want authoritarian rule in this country and around the world. He is about as dangerous of a human being as you can imagine in proximity to the President of the United States. And not only that, to be the wealthiest man in the world, to have those massive government contracts, to have the ability to control satellites in space that can monitor Americans, or the ability to, shut down a media platform.
Woo level 50. Only 10 left till max level.
These are authoritarian actions. He is an authoritarian. Trump is an authoritarian. And I think the bromance between these two is about as lethal as they come, because Musk is not accountable. He's not an elected official. He's not a politician. He doesn't need to speak like one. He doesn't need to act like one. He doesn't necessarily care that he's getting the backlash that he's getting from the media.
You've been fucking an ass today.
Entrenches him even
Go.
further into those right
Go lay down on the cooler part of the trailer.
Those far-right views. I think the only way, to curtail that is really for Democrats and the public to really start examining how he gets his power. I think we should start by, considering taking ourselves off of politics. I think we should consider selling Teslas, not renting Teslas, not sitting in Ubers that are driven by people that are at Teslas. We need to start thinking about how we can diminish his power economically, politically, because, the further entrenched I think he gets within this White House and within this federal government, the more damage he can do and the more he can carry out that, neo-Nazi vision for the world that he's carrying out, here and in Germany and all over the place. So it's really scary, and I think that the public, needs to kind of be grabbed by the shaken, because it's just flying under the radar right now, and they see him as this person who's this wealthy, billionaire, eccentric tech guy who's come in and built all these great companies. But that's a story of Silicon Valley. That's a story of the mainstream media. That's not the true story of what's happening here, and that's the true story of how he got his wealth and power in the first place. So,
well, he bought these companies, and he didn't create these companies. I suppose that's the other deceptive part of this, is that he is embodying this personality and creating this character, but it's a bait and switch. I mean, he is. It's pure deception, and Doge is a deceptive organization. It's not even government department, is it? It's just a thing. That isn't even officially in charge of. So there is so much deception, even in the name of this organization and his involvement in it. And I think once people, as you say, start to realize that it's a cover for deconstructing the administrative state, but also so many of the things that he claims to have found, the corruption he's found, it's a lot of it is just based in racism or misogyny.
Yeah.
It's all diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility things that he is just politically opposed to.
Yeah.
So that's why they're getting shut down. They're calling them corruption, but they're not. They're just things that are supposed to make the world and America better.
And I don't even think he actually is philosophically, I mean, maybe he's philosophically opposed to diversity, equity, and inclusion, but it's a cover for a broader strategy of going after the federal government, for going after the federal employees, for going after the spending, for going after the people that they serve, and for, enriching.
You want 100% reason? Millionaires and billionaires are pissed that we are trying to get back at them. That we want them to pay their fair share. In case y'all hadn't realized, that's when all of this started up, was when we started realizing that they wasn't all that great. Some of us put out the call that those motherfuckers were trying to fuck us. And had been fucking us. Well, guess what? Just like with Trump. Now, a lot of us put that out in the 90s, early 2000s. And the whole voting getting fucked, that happened way before that. But the billionaires really decided to kick it up when they almost made it clear that we knew what was going on, and no one listened. Ta! Once again, it's just really funny. People forget the whole, you want to know what's going on, listen to the musicians. People really seem to forget that shit. Musicians are artists that are in contact with people pretty damn regularly. So these people have a pretty good idea of how a crowd feels. And yeah, it's not typically too hard for some of them to put together how the entire country might feel. They travel around the damn thing and deal with these people all the time. Yeah, they might have a good idea. During that time, Disturbed put out some music that was, well, not as controversial as it probably should have been. Land of Confusion, remake of The Sound of Silence, and Another Way to Die. These are all songs telling stories. And if you watch the videos that were made for them by the group, or their producer, however how that actually works, it's usually with their input. You might understand that, they're definitely sending a message. Artists listen to the people in a way that no politician can. And certainly no dictator. But no artist is going to want to leave. Not if they're worth their weight anyhow. Why would someone who sees all the issues and all the problems want to go deal with all those issues and problems? They're better at trying to convey a message.
The corporate allies and his billionaire friends who are trying to get some of this funding. I mean, he has been tasked with going after fraud in the federal government. He is the biggest fraudster in the federal government. I mean, this is a man who has not built any of the companies that made him successful. He bought them, as you said. He's an immigrant who came to this country, who benefited from billions of dollars in federal government contract investment in him as an individual.
It still does.
Investment in companies that have done some great work. They are tech companies, but you see it in his insecurity about how he loves to present. The other day in that interview with Sean Hannity, he's wearing a shirt that says tech support, and it's just funny because he's not a tech guy, and people in tech laugh at him because they think he's a clown. He doesn't know what he's doing when it comes to tech.
Fucking yes.
I mean, they tell us that they're genius.
No, for real. If you follow tech at all, you look at Elon Musk and you laugh. I'm sorry. Anytime I've heard of Elon Musk, I've never had respect for this guy. No. Bye, Twitch. Now I've got to wait 3 minutes, damn it. So, we shall wait, sadly. But at the same time, I don't want those on Twitch missing what's being talked about.
I think people attack Elon Musk because he is autistic. By the way, he has admitted he was diagnosed with it.
I've got a lot of problem believing it. A lot. Sadly, I do mean a lot. I don't even know if you could hear that.
No.
You're okay, boo-boo. You're alright. I know. It's yucky out there. Okay. We should be back. You should be able to hear me now. Good job on reading my lips, though. Well done. Yeah. I've got a lot of trouble with believing that he is. I don't know whether to believe he has the diagnosis or not. But on top of that, I would also question when. Because I personally look and kind of go, I think this might be a misdiagnosis if that is the case. Depending on when it was, I don't know what the criteria was for the diagnosis and all that fun shit. I'll tell you, the bulk of the autistic community, myself included, refuse to accept he is. That's not normal. Gonna be real on that one. It's not normal for us all to agree that somebody is not is not one of us without it being the case. A big part of it being the fact that he suffers from narcissistic personality disorder. That really tends to go against what is a lot of the autistic way of life. It's not a 100% means it's not possible, it's just a lot more fucking rare. It would be a better way to put it. Finding autistic people with NPD is a little difficult. I've found a couple, but there's not too many that are known that they are autistic and have NPD. But once again, we have so many people that are undiagnosed or misdiagnosed from older times when we didn't quite understand it as well, that it can be hard to tell if somebody actually is or isn't. And that's kind of the thing. That's kind of why we typically as a community go, don't say somebody isn't when they claim they are. I mean, there's quite literally a huge thing in the community about it. That's not a joke. The first time I was in the community chit-chatting with some people, there was someone who was popping off saying something that just didn't seem like it fit. And of course, I said something. I got told very quickly and very straight, don't do that. And there is quite the backlash when you do. Even if you are autistic and part of the community. So, to be having so much of the community going, no, it's a big deal. I mean, a big deal. So, I still really don't have a conclusive on that one. As far as my opinion goes, I gotta agree with my community on this one and go, I got a problem with that. I do. I got a problem with that. That one's a little stretchy. Damn pine cones. That one seems a little stretchy to me. So that's where I'm at. It seems stretchy. And I know this man to do more than be stretchy. One way or another, homie is definitely a Nazi. As the name implies, we should not see this motherfucker.
Right. Have you seen, there's a story about him paying consultants essentially to make him look good at video games because he wants to be good in the gamer community, wants to be considered a gamer. It's just so pathetic. I mean, he creates fake accounts on X that say he's a great dad and posts pictures of him and his kids, and they're run by him, and it's so...
The sad part is he's caught doing it. He's getting trolled. By Twitter, the app he fucking owns. As he's doing this shit. And he's the laughing stock of the app. I'm sorry if you think otherwise, but that's just some reality, homie. He is the #1 clown of his own app. Or I should say, the one he bought. Like everything else. And it's funny. It's fucking hilarious. The entire time, everybody on there, at least on the left side of things, which I purposely don't fuck with that other shit. That is madness. And it's not Sparta. Actually got a stream by that title. Yeah, fair warning if you're looking for it. It's not nice. It started out nice and I had to rename it. So, yeah.
So pathetic and I think the story of Elon Musk, is a false story, of course, but it's starting to come apart at the seams, and I think the public is quickly realizing it, and that's why you're seeing these polls that show not only his favorability falling, but Americans expressing alarm at what he's doing to the federal government and its services.
We have to take a quick break, but I want to come back and talk about the Democrats and their strategy for taking this on, and who might be best placed to lead the charge. We'll do that next here on The Weekend Show.
CDKeys.com. Shop the latest games and upcoming releases at the best prices.
Let's be real. 2025.
So, it's going through its little commercial spit. Well, they're sponsors. As you all, most of you here know, I don't have outside sponsors. Any assistance I'm getting is either coming from my family or you guys. So just like OPB, this stream and many like it, are made possible by viewers just like you. Thank you. Still going on about 5. And everyone is welcome to ask questions here. Or even state that you disagree. Unless you start going off on some nationalistic shit or some racist shit, your comments are welcome. Even if I don't agree with them. Now, I will tell you why I don't agree. But I don't have to kick you out of the room for it. It ain't like that. There are some things, like I said, unless you want to be nationalistic, if you want to be a Nazi, you want to be a nationalist, we might have some problems. You want to be a racist, we might have some problems. You want to keep that stuff to yourself, we ain't going to have any problems. You want to keep things that you slurs about transgender people to yourself, we're not going to have any problems. You show the respect, there's no issue. That's what it is. It is a matter of respect. We're back.
Joins us. So we...
Oops. Nope, so I don't accidentally close the phone.
we need people like you who are cutting through on social media, who are pushing the message that Democrats are opposing what is coming out of the Trump regime.
Yep.
And we were talking earlier about people going out and protesting. I would argue that social media is a modern form of protest. Arguably, you reach more
I would
people
quite agree with that.
like a campaign sending out door knockers versus reaching people through Facebook, for example. I mean,
Or in my case, even Twitter. Yeah, I'm not quiet about this shit. Like I said, the time for quiet's over. Time for civil disobedience is about over. Weak men of material world, where all they care about is the material, are very weak men indeed, who are very easily manipulated, but very easily taken advantage of. These are not strong men, not even close. These are weak, scared little boys that don't have a clue what they're doing. And they're fucking with all of it. What you doing, Bo? What are you doing? No, I didn't say come out here. You want some water? Get some water. Get some water, buddy. I don't have breakfast for you. I'll have dinner. Get your water. Get your water. Where are you going? It's right there. Silly boy. The men of the material world are weak and weak. Some of the weakest of us all. Many are too blind to see it, and have been following that trend for years. And it makes me sad, because one, those people are never going to truly be happy. For real. Doesn't matter who you are. Case in point, look at Donald Trump and Elon Musk. Fucking hell. If there was ever a time that there is a prime example in the public eye for how horrible and miserable it is to be that rich motherfucker who wants to just continue gathering their wealth because they have something missing inside. But for some reason, y'all been imitating and mimicking that behavior, thinking we should. I don't get it. Do you guys get what I've been talking about now? As far as that stuff goes? Just, fuck. That's something I've been talking about a lot longer than fucking Trump.
It does have a broad reach. And millions of people will be watching our video.
To be clear, longer than I've been talking about Trump.
Because they care, because they connect, and they want to know that there are people out there who think like them. Do you feel that the Democrats have learned their lesson from the loss of the election with Kamala Harris as the candidate, and how have they adjusted their strategy going forward?
I think we're still in the process of learning those lessons. I think there was many lessons to learn.
Good
And
answer.
I think those lessons Some of them stem from the Harris campaign. I think more of them stem from the Biden campaign that preceded it. I think the Democratic Party has to come to terms with the fact that we have lost support of working class voters, and that did not happen, in the very short period of time that Kamala Harris became our nominee and ran for president. It almost proceeded all the way back, before President Obama. So I think, in learning some of those lessons, I think the Democrats have kind of looked at two different approaches. It's, do we kind of appease the right-wing talking points and, don't talk about transgender issues and stay away from DEI and, kind of stay away from these cultural issues that are really dividing, especially white working class voters? Or do we embrace a more populist message? Do we embrace, an economic vision that's completely centered around working class voters? Do we distance ourselves from corporate money and billionaire money and instead take on those people as the correct villains of our society?
Yes.
Especially right now, as we're seeing somebody like Elon Musk and the 13 billionaires that are in the Trump cabinet right now. To me, the latter approach of harnessing a populist working class message is the one that has more appeal. I think just as important as that message, though, we need some messengers. I think the Democratic Party actually, contrary to a lot of the commentary out there, we have a deep bench of really talented people. And I think you're seeing some of those people start to step up in this moment. I think you're seeing folks like Senator Chris Murphy from Connecticut, who is really harnessing that populist language and calling out the corruption, calling out the billionaire class kind of taking over America, the fabric of our country. You're seeing folks like Greg Casar, who is the new chair of the Progressive Caucus, who's really leading Democrats with that kind of outraged message and fighting back. There's a lot of really talented Democrats out there, and I think one silver lining of this weird moment we're in as a party is that it gives the opportunity for new leaders to kind of emerge from the political wilderness and show themselves. And I think, we have a couple messengers at the top of our party who are in their senior years. Folks like Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi, who I think folks are ready for a change. We're ready for some fresh blood, some fresh faces. I think Hakeem Jeffries is going to be a good leader. I think he's still not the same kind of messenger approach I would want of being aggressive as possible and going after some of these things. But I think some of those lessons need to be learned really quickly.
Okay, I got to share this little tidbit. So because of my memory and where my head tends to go, I made a shopping list. Well, the easiest way for me to be able to access that shopping list when I'm out and about is on Twitter. So literally my shopping list is there on Twitter, and somebody actually put a like on it. It's like, thanks. I'm just trying to help myself on that one. I guess I'll read it off for y'all because it's there. And I already got the like. Shopping list: dog food, pet cat food, meds, creamer, laundry, soap, cat litter, dinner, Monster. If I can, cigarettes, drink. I mean, the last little bit there I can see being a funny. Oh shit, that means I've now got that just right there and ready. Sweet. What? What is this? Hollywood with a car and a bicycle? What? And that's an official picture from Palworld themselves. Holy shit. An actual drivable car. Does it have boot space? Yes. That is my first question when I hear that there's a possibility of a legit drivable car being put into Palworld. Is there boot space? Do I have storage on the car? Can I park it, load the motherfucker up after mining, and drive back? Can we legitimately be racing cars around Palworld? Because I'm not gonna lie. That's kind of badass. Well, that does sound pretty fucking badass. I'm not gonna lie.
Because I think right now there's a sense out there that voters aren't seeing Democrats, step up to the plate. They're not seeing Democrats sound the alarm about all these things happening. Part of the reason why I recently launched into the video content side of things on TikTok and Instagram and YouTube was because I wasn't frankly seeing it to the degree that I would have wanted. And I think the public can be cowed into silence when they don't feel like their elected leaders are channeling the outrage that they're seeing when they watch the news.
Yeah.
And I think it's just time for more people to step up and just find creative ways to speak out, because right now it just feels like there's a void of leadership in the face of a whole bunch of awful happening.
Do you think that the Democrats know that Hakeem Jeffries is not up to standard, that he's a great strategist, that he is, great at messaging, but he isn't necessarily the superstar to counteract the supervillain? I mean, is that conversation being had?
David's heart is like a deep fire, set strong, unbroken. It is the very reason he was chosen.
Is that conversation being had?
I mean, I think, Hakeem Jeffries spent a lot of time underneath the wing of Nancy Pelosi learning a lot of party strategy, legislative strategy. I mean, say what you will about Nancy Pelosi, and I've said plenty, but she is a master of legislative power. She understands the dynamics of Congress. She understands the parliamentary rules. She understands how to control her caucus and keep them united when they need to be united. To me, that's the most important thing that Hakeem Jeffries needs to do in this moment, is the ability to keep the caucus united. Schumer, too, because especially when we have like these big budget fights that are coming up, March 14th, the government runs out of money, and Republicans need to pass a spending bill. They haven't passed a spending bill without Democrat help in a decade, I think it's been. And so they're going to have to come to us. And are we going to be able to keep our entire caucus in both chambers united in saying, no, you're not getting a single vote from us for any budget until you put guardrails on Elon Musk, until you restore funding that was, frozen by this administration, until you rehire those federal employees who are not under the purview of the executive, until you do some of these things that I think people are expecting of Democrats. We have leverage, very limited leverage, but this is one of them. So step up and do it. Step up and use that leverage to fix some of the problems. If voters feel like they're pushing you to do something and you step up, or you fail to step up and use your power to benefit them, then they're going to be even more disillusioned and feel even more powerless. And why would they show up in the streets to protest? And why would they show up in the midterm to vote when the last time that they put you in power, you didn't deliver for them the way that you campaigned on? So I really do think that it's a matter of perspective for folks like Jeffries and Schumer, that this is not business as usual. Like we're in a knife fight to the death right now, and it's time to start thinking about it that way, because talking about the institutions and what Congress is supposed to do and how you're supposed to act and comport yourself, nobody cares anymore. That's out the window. Time to start fighting.
Well, Trump certainly doesn't care. I mean, my worry is that with presidential immunity that he's been granted by the...
And that's one of the things that used to stop me from even thinking about this. There's a particular way you're supposed to act up there. Needless to say, I'm not quite kind enough to act that way to some of those people.
Supreme Court, he's just going to say, well, I don't need you to pass the budget resolution, and I'm just going to do it anyway. I mean, this is the fear that the actual structure, the construct of Congress, Trump doesn't care for. That they're kind of anarchists, but, you know, they're also billionaires, so there is some conflict there. But leadership that, I mean, what I'm seeing, the people like AOC who are actually saying explicitly what needs to be said. Because I feel personally that Jeffries is very good at dancing around the subject, and he does a great dance, you know, and I love the way he talks, and I think that he's really smart. But there is a certain acuteness of delivery that you're getting from some of these other Democrats who maybe don't have the authority that they would really enjoy if they were allowed to step up. I'd love to see Jasmine Crockett being on the front line. How do we get those people to kind of, you know, to get fast-tracked into senior leadership in the Democratic Party?
I think one of the biggest mistakes that the Democratic caucus made over the last year was, not putting AOC in charge of that oversight committee when she put her name out there to run for it. Instead, decided to pick, Jerry Connolly, who's a great man, good Democrat from my home state of Virginia, but is in his late 70s and suffering from some medical conditions, and definitely not the voice of outrage and opposition that you need in a moment where you're fighting autocracy. I think I'm not necessarily optimistic that Democrats are going to be able to fast track any of those people into major leadership positions. I think some of them are going to have to get creative about stepping up and just being those voices on their own volition. I mean, I think they can be launching some of their own media channels themselves. I mean, Ted Cruz has a podcast that he's been making millions off and sending into his campaign accounts. Why aren't Democrats creating some podcasts? Why aren't Democrats, holding, daily press conferences and protests outside of the White House or out front of the IRS or the Treasury Department or the Department of Education? Democrats are going to have to get creative here and step up in unique ways. And I think every single person has their own platform, their own ability to reach the American people. AOC is an expert at channeling both the message and finding the platforms to get to different audiences. I think all Democrats need to do that, and I think the ones who are not stepping up, who are kind of sitting back and spending time in their districts, at home and not fighting back, are the ones that we're going to face some harsh realities in the primary seasons coming up. At the same time, we are somewhat powerless in this moment. I mean, we don't have a lot of authority. We don't have a lot of power. What you said, Trump is going to ignore the law in a lot of respects.
Powerless? People are never powerless. It's whether they feel it is time to exert that power. America is built off the back of rebels and Native Americans who resisted. Powerless. People of America are never powerless. Never.
respects, and he could just ignore the Supreme Court. What power do we have to fight back? To me, we have two arenas of power, and it's the markets, and both of which they are pretty allegiant to. I mean, we saw in the first administration, lowest trends were, family separation and trying to dismantle Obamacare. In moments where the public is genuinely upset at something that the president is doing, he has backed down. He's backed down in the face of public opinion. We're going to have to really bolster that this time around. And then secondly, in the markets, they are responsive. These people's wealth are controlled by the movement of the Dow every single day. And so when you see tariffs tariff announcements that tank the markets the next morning, Trump backs down on those tariffs immediately. And so there's ways that we can step up here. There's ways that we can still fight back, legislative, judicial, and public opinion wise, that I think people are looking for. We're just going to have to get a lot more creative.
And bringing receipts, because the thing is that pretty much everything that Trump says and that Musk says are untrue. They're just not based in fact. And so that we have enough evidence, through video and the tech that we all have access to actually call them out. And so it should be kind of easy, to me anyway, to, you're never short of material to work with. And Trump is so disinterested. He just didn't want to get prosecuted and go to prison, right? So he got over the line, and he only won by that much. He only needed that much of a nudge to get over the line to safety. I think that's how he sees it. And so that's why he's playing golf all the time, because he just doesn't really care anymore. And he's subcontracted his efforts to all of these neo-Nazis and these tech people who are just doing what they want. And he's almost like, just don't bother me with your problems. I'm on the golf course. That, after a while, is going to take its toll. I mean, he keeps posting, or people keep posting video of him in his golf cart. He's on vacation. And that is going to matter at some point, isn't it?
Business taxes was always so all-consuming.
And that, is going to matter at some point, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the man golfed, every other day of his administration the first time around. He collected hundreds of millions of dollars from foreign leaders coming to stay at his resorts, and he would host these golf. I mean, as we speak right now, I just did a video on this a couple days ago. And this is just an aside, real quick. I think every Democrat should be finding some of these unique things because, like you said, there's just so much out there, and they're flooding the zone. But we could be flooding the zone with our explainer videos, our contrast videos. Show the different things that are going on.
And cover it all. You don't have to just pick. Just say, we just need to focus in this area. No, focus on all of it.
The New York Times reported the other day that Donald Trump in the Oval Office was brokering a merger between the PGA Tour and Live Golf, which is a Saudi-backed golf league that is controlled by the Saudi Sovereign Wealth Fund. This murderous regime that killed Jamal Khashoggi back in the day. These people are not. They do not share our values. He's in that office negotiating a merger between a Saudi-backed company that his family is a business partner of. They are hosting a golf tournament at Trump's resort in Doral in April, I believe it is. And he's brokering a merger between these two companies because it's going to benefit his family's company to the tune of tens of millions of dollars. There's no reason that Democrats should not be talking about this on TV. It's blatant corruption. The American people do not support those things. I think corruption and the handouts to the billionaires is where we should be setting our target. We should be every bit of public messaging that we do should be tied back to that. Of course, we are going to have to sometimes defend somewhat unpopular or I hesitate to use unpopular because USAID's work is not unpopular in itself. USAID, foreign aid, the concept of foreign aid may not poll that well, but the work that USAID does is extremely popular. Or immigrants, in this country who do a tremendous, who are the backbone of our economy. Who, if all undocumented immigrants were deported out of this country tomorrow, we would fall apart instantly. Of course, there's going to be certain fights that we decide not to take right off the bat. But, I think when we have content, when we have news in front of us that's showing us the corruption, that's showing us the handouts of the billionaire class and the, enriching of Elon Musk and all his little minions, we have to tell those stories because the public's not going to hear them on their own because it's oversaturated with all this news. So it's on us to tell those stories. I think one way that the congressional Democrats can do that is pick a day, you pick a really telegenic member of Congress, and you're in charge of responding to everything he does that day. You put out the video, everyone's promoting it, every single person in the caucus is promoting it. It goes to every press outlet. You're on TV, you're on all the nightly shows. Start designating.
And technically, that's what I do here, is I promote and give my input. Just for those who might be wondering exactly how all this all is.
People to fight these fights because you can only they know the attention economy better than we do. That is 100% the case. Democrats need to start zeroing the public's attention on the things that we want the attention to be on, and that should be corruption, and that should be the enriching of the billionaire class at the expense of working people. It's an easy message. We just have to get everyone united behind it.
Yep.
Trump said he's considering a plan to pay out $5,000 stimulus checks to taxpayers in the form of a Doge dividend. He said it during a speech on Wednesday and explained it as part of taking 20% of the savings identified by Elon Musk at Doge and giving it back to American taxpayers. I mean, this all sounds very familiar, like the bribery with the stimulus checks during COVID, where people had to wait because they needed to print them with Trump's signature on, and then he took ownership of that. Even Biden said that he regretted not putting his signature on the checks when he sent them out. I mean, this is all marketing. It is a bribe. It's a rebate on tax already paid. It's not even new money.
Exactly.
They aren't identifying any waste and fraud of Doge. That is a scam. So, really, this could cost billions sending out another bribery check to people in the hope that it keeps them quiet for a few years whilst they are being robbed in another department.
I tell you now, if I get that check, it's going to be going into this channel on primary use basis, and I won't be staying. So, depending on who you are, hope it, don't hope it. Back to the show.
Yeah, the back of the envelope math here is just it's hilarious to think about because they say they're going to send to every tax-paying family, 79 million families in America who pay income tax, $5,000, $5,000 checks, rebates, whatever they want to call them, as part of a 20% allocation of the savings that they saved from Doge. That amount.
Now, I am going to point out that nothing about this is said for people on disability or retirement or any of our group. Just to be clear. So, be leery of it. It might still be part of the comms, it might not. I don't know, and I am not passing judgment until I actually have facts on
Now, if you calculate it out, it's about $395 billion. If you take it down to that 20%, they would need to save $1.9 trillion from the federal government to make those payments. It's laughable. I mean, that's more than the entire discretionary budget for the federal government, more than education spending, defense spending, transportation spending. They claim that they've saved $55 billion, but that number is absolutely ridiculous. Included in that was one $8 billion contract for ICE that turned out to be an $8 million contract for ICE. And what about inflation? I mean, this was a party that blasted us, spent a year blasting us because the Inflation Reduction Act was, spending on behalf of the American people and investments in clean energy and transportation and all these things. They say that that's what caused inflation in this country. $5,000 to every family in the United States. How is that going to affect inflation at a time that it's rising right now, very, very rapidly?
Does anyone need that one explained a little bit? Well, I probably should, you know. So, the inflation we are dealing with now is different than the inflation that we were dealing with before from the stimulus checks. The inflation we deal with now is due to tariffs. Almost directly due to tariffs. Now, if another stimulus check was sent out, where you're trying to stimulate the market on this end, instead of fixing it on that end, it's going to drive inflation through the roof. Don't get me wrong, I could really use 5K. I could really fucking use 5K. I would be able to get a lot of things taken care of. I'd actually be able to professionally have my trailer fixed. And if I'm not mistaken, then still have enough to camera fucking... Yeah. I could really fucking use 5K. But the economy would do a lot better if I didn't fucking have it. We would have a lot less inflation if I didn't fucking have it. You would see lower prices at the grocery store if I don't fucking have it. Maybe you get the trend here. It won't be right away. And honestly, it would be a prevention. You wouldn't see the inflation unless it was trade greed. And that's kind of what they're hoping for. They're hoping to put it all behind a shade of inflation. It's quite literally a tactic to fool you. Connecting to chat. One. Let's check it. I think we're still good, but... Yeah, we're still good. I don't know what's going on with chat. Yeah.
At a time when they're pushing out tariffs that are absolutely going to exacerbate inflation, at a time when they're carrying out this mass deportation agenda that is absolutely going to make inflation worse. This is a farce. They're not going to send checks to anybody. You're not getting any money. Don't get your hopes up. Don't start spending your money because you think this check is coming, because it's not coming for you. The only people who are getting checks are Elon Musk, Donald Trump, and the rest of the billionaires who are going to collect $4.5 trillion in tax breaks for billionaires and big corporations. They've already put it in writing. They already passed a blueprint of this legislation yesterday. They're moving full speed ahead on this, and that's what this Doge thing is all about. It's creating this farce that they're going after spending, that they're cutting trillions of dollars in fraud, waste, and abuse, as if there's trillions of dollars of fraud, waste, and abuse in the government, because it's a precursor to giving tax cuts. Not to you, but to billionaires and to big corporations.
Yeah.
That's what this whole thing is about. It's about deregulation and tax cut for billionaires. End of story. There's no
If
reason.
you haven't figured that out yet.
And if there was any fraud found by Doge, it should have been referred now to the Justice Department for investigation.
Oh, yeah.
But there have been no referrals.
No.
Because they have found no fraud, like I said earlier. All they found is stuff that they politically don't like the sound of.
Yep.
Like sending money to black Africans. And we know what Elon Musk thinks about black Africans. We know his family history and his story. And so much of this seems to go back to racism and the kind of Nazification of the Republican Party, which you could argue never left the Confederacy, the Klan, I mean, all of the history. And yet we're starting to see it be presented in a much more explicit fashion, whether it be the criticism and the kind of demoralizing language towards people of color or trans people or LGBTQ plus or people with disabilities. Then, of course, Elon Musk supporting the AfD in Germany, but doing the Hitler salute at an inauguration event for Donald Trump.
His girlfriend cheated on him. Bullies humiliated him. But he held on to his mother's promise.
At an inauguration event for Donald Trump. And then just this week, we've seen Steve Bannon get up at CPAC conference and make the case that if we stop now, then that's their only chance. If we keep going now, the Democrats will never get in power. He kind of closed up his speech and then he threw his hand into the air with a Nazi salute. I mean, at what point are people going to join the dots and realize that there is a common theme with an awful lot of these white supremacists, and that is their support of the
How about the fact that fucking Bannon threw up the Nazi salute? Come on. He didn't just do it, he did it and then giggled about it. You don't even joke about that shit. When you joke about that shit as a kid, you get told that shit's not funny. That's not a joke.
Nazification of America.
Yeah, Steve Bannon and Elon Musk have been at each other's throats since Elon came into the picture. Yeah. I think Bannon even called him a parasitic illegal immigrant at one point and a fraud. But they're really two peas in a pod. They both have no problem completely debasing themselves and throwing up Nazi salutes in front of thousands of people, and they know exactly what they're doing. They're doing it for the reaction. They're doing it for the outrage. They're doing it for the distraction. And at the same time, they're sending signals to the darkest corners of America that you are empowered in this administration, in this society that we're building. You are not diminished. You have a voice and you have power, and you shouldn't be afraid to use force, and you shouldn't be afraid to say these vile racist.
And that right there is the reason why I've said, yeah, I don't condone killing. But there are plenty of soft targets that millionaires own. Have fun. You are living the rise of the next Nazi regime. If you're not at least out here speaking out, saying something, what side are you on? Are you truly fed up with this Nazi shit? Then fucking show the Nazis it. Yeah, there's some that you're going to be able to punch. There's other ones you ain't going to be able to punch. You got to hit them where it hurts. You got to force them to trickle down. You can do it. You all are very strong, especially together.
These things, these horrible Nazi things, because you have an ally in us, in the White House, in the Republican Party's chief, Donald Trump's chief strategist, and the wealthiest man in the world have your backing. They're throwing up Nazi salutes at major ralies. And that doesn't mean that, just because it's a distraction, just because they're doing it on purpose, does not mean that we shouldn't talk about it.
It's okay.
We can't let it distract us from what they're trying to do. This is, of course, Elon Musk did this right at the beginning, at the outset of the administration, as they're preparing to send him into all these agencies, and it was a distraction. We talked about it for a couple days, but it still matters, and I think the public is still revolted by it. They find it absolutely disgusting. They do not support it, and so I don't think that we should ignore it. I mean, you just saw it at CPAC a few days ago. There was a leader in France, a far-right leader in France, who canceled his remarks at CPAC after he saw Steve Bannon do that Nazi salute. This is a far-right leader in France saying, I don't want anything. Jordan Bardella, yeah, exactly. I don't want anything to do with these guys. These guys are crazy. And you mentioned the same thing earlier. It's happening all over the place, that they want nothing to do with Elon Musk because they think of him as toxic.
Okay,
and they think of him as a far-right Nazi sympathizer, if not a Nazi himself.
I know you're scared.
So,
it's okay.
That's why I said earlier, I think Democrats can't avoid some of these fights, just because they're racially oriented.
I know you're scared, but lay down.
Certain populations of people who, the public has mixed ambivalent feelings about, like undocumented immigrants. We have to fight every fight, because every inch of ground that we see them is an inch that they're going to take, and it's an inch that's going to cause tremendous harm to a lot of people, marginalized people, people of color who they have fixed their ire on. We have to be that coalition that can both fight them on those issues, but also call out the corruption, call out the extremism. We have to be able to
okay.
And say it out loud. I mean, I was thinking back to, I was watching a video of Eric Trump from like 10 years ago, doing a kind of white power symbol with his hand, and Lara Trump kind of bats him away, and then Donald Trump Jr. making a speech and doing white power symbols until he then forgot to do it, so kind of stopped doing it after the first couple of minutes of the speech, because it was clearly intentional at the top when he still was smart enough to remember that he wanted to do it. I mean, these calls to action, the Proud Boys, stand back and stand by, good people on both sides. I mean, how many times do they have to let slip their true intentions? I mean, Trump again this week has been talking about eugenics. Musk has been talking about eugenics. They do believe in this white superior race. And America doesn't look like that anymore. And as much as they would love to go back to that, it's too late. And so, the only way that they can achieve that white supremacy is either by shutting people out or ethnically cleansing, as Trump wants to do in Gaza. I mean, the where this is headed is very, very worrying. And I think it's been proven more than
this is not good
with Trump's take on Ukraine, where he has repositioned America to support Russia.
Just what you want.
And now the European allies are going to have to form their own coalition. Not to fight just Putin.
As I've said a few times, he does get medicated every now and then. When the wind's like this is one of the times that we'll medicate him. Because he is really scared of it. And he quite literally just asked me for it. Are you going to be up here to get it? Like, no, it's easier if I just need you. Fine. He's not wrong, though. It'll kind of hang out there.
You been hitting the gym?
No. You did ask for it. You're welcome. Oh, are you getting a head rush now? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean for you to get the head rush. They rubbed my head. You stinky puppy. You don't need no more, dude. Trust me. But, yeah, Windspin. Rock on Trailer pretty damn good.
So what's the news?
No.
What's happening?
Oh, I'm more than anything running down through different segments that go through on Midas Touch Network. One of the best sources here stateside, at least, for information on states. Just got a lot of people that are slowly coming to the realization that, yeah, Trump and his ilk actually are Nazis. And they don't care to hide it no more. So if you want us to give Trump credit for showing the worst of America, then technically it's accurate.
You happy with Ukraine?
Am I happy with Ukraine? As in, am I happy with the situation over there?
Do you have an opinion?
I very much do. I support Ukraine. I find it rather cowardly that Vlad decided he wanted to go in overnight. And also think that trying to go back to before...
Well, you're a Nazi then.
Okay. And where do you figure that? I'm curious. I'd like to see how you get Nazism out of Ukraine. Please elaborate. Or did you just call me a Nazi, Stormer? I can tell. Well, you didn't storm out. Just a heads up, if you're typing a long message, TTS will die during the process. Don't fret about it. I can fix it, no problem. It was out here, bud. Something like the speed bump. Yeah. Don't answer. It's okay.
But to fight America as well. Now, considering that 80 million people died in the Second World War, and come the end of it, we knew who was on whose side. For Trump to change all of that, considering all the veterans and all of the people who gave their lives for peace in Europe, all undone by one orange insecure man.
You take it and bake it fresh in your oven.
So technically, I make the pizza.
Insecure man.
I don't think Americans have quite come to grips with the significance of what happened this week. I mean, America switched sides in a major conflict between an autocracy, a dictator, a murderous dictator, and a democracy in Ukraine that.
For fucking real. That is literally what happened. He's not stretching the truth. He's not trying to stretch the truth. That's exactly what Vladimir Putin is known to be. Vlad's not a good guy. I have a viewer named Vlad. He's a pretty good guy. Vladimir Putin is not a good guy. The Russian people are not free. Protesting in Russia is a good way to get yourself either locked up or killed. America literally went from supporting a democracy-ran country, a democratic-ran country, to supporting a fucking murderous dictator. A war criminal murderous dictator at that. This guy is known to be the lowest of the fucking low. And was our enemy for a reason.
We have helped bolster in this fight for so long. We've had a bipartisan coalition that has supported them and invested in them, not only in this country but across the world. We are now part of the excess powers in a fight between good and evil. And I don't think that the media is explaining that to the public in a compelling way. I don't think that they're putting this in the correct context that it is. I mean, you have Donald Trump essentially switching sides in this war. You have him calling Vladimir Zelensky a dictator and saying that he started this conflict between Ukraine and Russia. I mean, that is a Vladimir Putin talking point. That's their message. That's their propaganda. And at the same time, you have Vladimir Putin saying, "I'm not going to meet with Trump until Trump has satisfied, my wishes for him to be tougher on Europe." So we have not only have we abandoned Ukraine, we've abandoned Europe. We've abandoned all of our allies who have invested in democracy in Ukraine, and you have this is the Republican Party. This is the party of Reagan and leaders who fought Russia. John McCain, who were such hawks against this man and this administration in Russia, and all of that just completely turned on its head the second Donald Trump won this election. You have Republicans in Congress right now who are just stunned in silence. They won't say a damn thing about it. Where the hell is Lindsey Graham right now? It is such a dark moment for the world, and I think Democrats would be wise to do some outreach to our allies in Europe to reassure them that the majorities in this country, vast majorities in this country, are on the side of Ukraine. That we want to see democracy prevail, not autocracy prevail, and that just because we have this authoritarian leader in this country who wants to be like Vladimir Putin does not mean that he has achieved that same level of control over his population the way that Vladimir Putin has. We oppose all of this, and we need to make sure that that's very clear both to the American public and around the world, because our allies cannot afford to stand down from this fight, even though we are, which is extremely depressing.
It's being confident to tell it like it is. The Nazification of the MAGA Republican Party, there is enough evidence of that now. And I would say that Trump switching sides, as you describe it, is really is the icing on the cake. And if you can't see that now, then you are purposely choosing to not look up. And that's really very worrying, because this new world order that the tech oligarchs are planning,
that was a good metaphor, better than I think he realized. Even for you younger generation, you're failing to look up if you support that shit. We're talking, this is a fucking 3D world, guys. You've got to look up. You've got to look everywhere. Just because it's not in your typical line of sight doesn't mean it's not a threat to you. That's actually a very poor understanding of the world around you. Yeah. Onward.
All written in Project 2025. We had warning about
Hopefully
this.
Don't get disconnected.
We knew that this was their plan. They are seeing it through. Trump is too lazy to kind of really get into the weeds of it. He's always wrong about it. He doesn't bring any details, read anything. And so all of these announcements that we've heard from Trump on this subject, including from J.D. Vance, that frightening speech that he made in Munich, and then that speech that Pete Hegseth gave at the NATO summit, all of the language was Putin talking points. It comes straight out of the Kremlin's press office, and then Trump just repeats it.
I got cheaper from CDPs.
So do I,
It's
but I'll
press
do a
office.
commercial about it.
And then Trump just repeats it.
It's extremely depressing. I mean, I think you look at what's happening, this week with you have the president's administration, negotiators from the White House who are in Saudi Arabia negotiating a peace deal with Russians, and there's no Ukrainians there to negotiate this deal. I mean,
why are the Saudis there? I mean,
what are the
you want to
Saudis?
talk about the Gulf thing as well.
You have one murderous regime hosting, a wannabe autocracy and an autocracy to negotiate a peace about a democracy. It's astounding. And I think what you said about Trump, Trump is not well read enough to understand these ideologies or understand the power structures that lead to authoritarianism. Elon Musk, I don't think is well read enough either, but I think he's red-pilled enough that he's spent time in these circles and knows the theory here. They know the logic. They know the steps that you take. They're trying to present this as if this is the will of the people, as if this is democracy in action. This is the democratization of Nazification. Like they think that by presenting this as the will of the people, they can kind of facilitate a movement into authoritarianism. And I just don't think the public buys it. The public is not, they do not see Nazi salutes from Steve Bannon and Elon Musk and think, oh, interesting, there's a contingent of the American public who supports this. Like, we know who Nazis are. Like, that is an essential part of our education and socialization as Americans. The more that these people are put out into the limelight, the more that they're exposed as the Nazis that they are, I think the more you'll see protests start to pick back up. You'll see polling really start to tank. You'll see the markets start to tank. Donald Trump, I think, had an opportunity here in winning this election to really cement himself as this leader and rise off of these BS media narratives about what his election meant and all these things. And instead, he's empowered some of the biggest Looney Tune Nazis in far-right politics to carry out this weird ideology as part of his administration. And he's just a vessel. He's a vessel for them to achieve their purposes. And I don't think that he's ever going to be the spokesman of it. He just wants to be the one in charge, the one that gets the credit, the one that's...
He's been used, hasn't he? He was useful. And now they've got in, and it's all of, from Stephen Miller and Russell Lowe.
God, I wish I had gotten that on camera. Oh, shit. So, Loki's laying here on the floor. She hops down off the couch, goes and sits in front of the counter, and mounds before she goes to jump up. Loki goes to pull his leg back, scare the crap out of her, makes her jump. She doesn't quite make it. She goes go back to the floor. She's like, okay, that happened. You're not in trouble. That was funny.
You start to scrutinize these people's views as individuals, and the white supremacy and the racism is at the heart of every decision that they make, and to see America roll itself back into that. For me, the saddest thing is that maybe it was always there, and it was just suppressed, and that it never really went away. And now, they've been given the opportunity to rise again.
I mean, the Republican Party has used, race and religion and other kind of identifiers, cultural identifiers, as wedge issues for decades and decades and decades. I mean, this goes back way before even the 80s. You have a Republican Party that has attempted to use race to break up class. They have they've broken up the working class by breaking off white voters from the rest of the working class and pumping them full of propaganda about race, about DEI, about critical race theory, about transgenderism, about whatever it may be. These are all tools from an authoritarian mindset that allow them to break up the opposition. That's what this is about. They're trying to divide us using race, using religion. Of course it's racist. Of course it's anti-Semitic. Of course it's all of those things. But it's also a useful tactic. Trump knows the tactic. He gets the tactic. He gets driving a wedge between your opposition. What I don't think he understands is that the offshoots of that ideology are the Stephen Millers, are the Steve Bannons, who they want higher purposes than just dividing the opposition. They want to demolish the opposition. They want to suppress the opposition to be nothing. And they want to, facilitate this authoritarian vision for this country. That's not the same thing as winning elections using race, which is what the Republican Party has been doing for years. So yes, of course, it's been going on in the background forever. They've just found the next step in the process, and they've empowered the darkest voices to carry it out.
With no adults in the room, with no guardrails, legal or political, with no oversight. That's really what has caused this problem now, I think, is that there was always someone to say, you can't do that. And that now has gone. Okay, sorry to finish on such a dark note, but we need to acknowledge the darkness. We cannot pretend that everything is light. This is the reality for America and the rest of the world. I'm grateful to you and for your efforts, and I hope that you and people such as yourself will continue to push the messaging of goodness in this fight, good against evil. For now, that's all I have. Thank you for taking the attention. Thanks for having me.
Already want to talk.
You can save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Whoa! Very funny. Doesn't even look like me.
Let's create a song about getting ghosted using Donna. A dark pop song about getting ghosted. Shadows of Silence. Okay, let's hear it. Late at night, staring at my...
Let's not.
Jack Sobiak and Tucker Carlson celebrate an American president cutting a deal to deal directly with Putin against our democratic ally in Ukraine. The world is turned upside down. We'll make sense of it all right here on the Midas Touch Network and on Legal AF. I never thought in my lifetime I would ever have to do commentary about a U.S. president selling out American values and interests to our Russian adversaries. We're supposed to be trying to contain and undermine the superpower named Russia. We're not supposed to reward it for having breached the sovereignty of Ukraine, for having led to terrorism all around the country, to having undermined our own democratic values and election system through disinformation and misinformation campaign. But to people like Carrie Lake, who says, I wake up every day, it's like Christmas morning. We love the fact that Donald Trump is having direct phone calls with Putin. It's the art of the deal of peacemaking, says Jack Posobiec. And by the way, while I'm on Jack Posobiec, the guy that invented Pizzagate, the guy who argued to the American people under QAnon conspiracy that Democrats were running, including Hillary Clinton and John Podesta, were running a child pedophile ring out of a pizza parlor in Washington, D.C. I am not making this up. That guy, you think that guy should be in a mental hospital? You know where he is? He's standing next to Pete Hegseth, invited by the Pentagon to go along and do running social right-wing commentary about the accomplishments. He's like embedded with the Trump administration. He goes with Pete Hegseth to Pentagon meetings abroad. He goes with Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, and stands next to him while they're meeting with Ukraine, as they're selling out Ukraine. Jack Posobiec,
Man, yeah, I'm both of you.
Pizzagate guy, is in the government embedded with the Trump administration. So then you've got Tucker Carlson, right? Tucker Carlson is celebrating the fact that Donald Trump it's not about making peace with Russia. It's about getting into bed with Russia and throwing Ukraine under the bus as a result. I mean, he's negotiating directly. Marco Rubio and Trump himself in phone calls with Putin are negotiating directly with the Russians before they even met with the Ukrainians or understand what Zelensky wants in this. And they've already cut the legs out from under Zelensky because they've said out loud, including the defense secretary, Hegseth, and Marco Rubio, that Ukraine will never be allowed into NATO.
Mind your own.
Will never be in the NATO alliance. And that they'll have to give up all the territory that Russia took by force in the 2.5 year, almost 3 year war. That's the reward Russia got for being the aggressor and going after a democratic country. And now you've got the talking points. And you see how Donald Trump is using right-wing media. I'm going to play a couple of clips here in a minute. But you got the talking points that Tucker Carlson is using, and you think you're watching Russian TV. I mean, Tucker Carlson frequently calls Zelensky the dictator. And that Putin had every right to protect himself from the dictator in Ukraine. All Ukraine, listen, I know people in the region. I'm married to people from the region. I have a pretty good handle on what's going on the day-to-day life over there. All Zelensky and Ukraine wanted was for their cousins in Russia to leave them alone after the breakup of the Soviet Union, let them be an independent country that turns towards the West and democracy. That's what we're supposed to be supporting. We're not supposed to be supporting Putin. Well, we understand his position because there's a border and Zelensky's popular. So bomb Kiev? So bomb Ukraine out of existence? Go back to maps from 17 and 1800 and say, oh, these territories were ours. Should Mexico show up with Claudia Sheinbaum tomorrow with military troops and take back large swaths of America? Because on maps from the 17 and 1800s or before, it was all part of Mexico? Are we going to lose California and Texas? Well, definitely Texas. To a Mexican land grab? And why is it okay for an American president, I keep emphasizing the American part, who is supposed to be the leader of the free world, who's supposed to be holding our torch of democracy, to which all other countries are supposed to be attracted as a counter?
And I'm going to say this now, because I have asked this question. Most of the people that are okay with Vlad and Ukraine, what's going on there, are also okay with getting Vladimir back in Alaska. So, yeah, kind of a big deal. Kind of a historical big deal.
Balance against communist and fascist regimes. Why is it okay for an American president to cut a deal to throw our democratic ally Ukraine under the bus? Why is that okay? And why is it okay for them to amplify this message as if it were written by Russian television? Couldn't have been written any better by Russian television for people like Tucker Carlson to say, well, Putin had every right, you know. Zelensky what? He was going to take over Russian territory? He just wanted a Donbass back. He just wanted Crimea back, the port, which was part of Ukraine before Putin's last land grab under the Obama administration. Left unchecked, Putin will continue to do it. I have friends in Poland who are crapping in their pants, understandably, because they're like, if the United States is not stable.
He's not the only one. I've got viewers that have stated the same thing for Poland. As well as a couple other close countries. This isn't a joke. Shit's real.
For Ukraine, we have no hope when the tanks roll into Poland. And instead, the right wingers like Carrie Lake and Soviak, Tucker Carlson, and others who are celebrating, hooray! Hooray, what? Where is your American values? The MAGA party running around with their red hats. By the way, they're very quiet. I'll tell you, I live in an area now that's sort of, the state is sort of MAGA, but it's purpley. I live in a blue spot. But they're very quiet. Because they didn't vote for this.
Yeah.
They left fascist regimes and dictators. Right? But they read a new executive order that says all federal agencies are going to be put out of business and all have to answer to me, the almighty president. They freak out. Like, we didn't vote for this. We didn't vote for an economic tariff war.
Yeah, you did.
Spin the economy into an abyss.
Yeah,
You know I have a secret weapon. I know the mascot that every D1 college basketball team by heart.
Mind your own. Lay down. Or you can go to the back. It's up to you. Lay down low. Thank you.
This time of year, I love getting a warm collection. They're two-way pump vest, down shirt. Here, same time. Well, it's two-way cover touch. Reversible. On both sides. They're not flashy, just classic. Style.
Part that gets me the most about all this is it doesn't matter if you're a right winger or a left winger. Your common enemy is the same. Excuse me. Your actual enemy is the same person we call enemy.
Is under the sphere of influence of Russia, and they freak out when Donald Trump's cutting the deal with Putin. They don't see him as a tough guy, part of the deal, Jack Soviak.
Hello.
They see him as an out of control, megalomaniacal guy who violated all of our principles to get into bed with the Russians. This is a country that we had a red scare during the 50s, where we looked under every mattress looking for communists. For Russian sympathizers. Now
Seriously.
we have a president who's a Russian sympathizer.
Lay
We've
down.
got these right wingers
Or you're going to be sent back to back.
collectively put their brains into a bird. It would fly backwards. That's where we're at. I don't mean to do ad hominem attacks, but does anybody want to sit in a bar with a beer with Carrie Lake and find out what's going on in that weird stew of her brain right now? No. And again, I'm going to emphasize that when it started.
So what you hell no?
Jack Soviak, the guy who said Democrats are running a pedophile ring, and sacrificing babies. I left that out. Eating and sacrificing babies as part of the QAnon Pizzagate. Rehabilitated. So now he is embedded with the Treasury Secretary and the Defense Secretary, so that he can do all sorts of social media posts. When did we let the KKK and white supremacists into our government? Why? And why do we have a Russian sympathizer as president and vice president? We just sent J.D. Vance go to Munich, of all places. Talk about a lack of historical context. He went to Munich,
my bread's dead.
Germany.
That was just the last two good pieces. Lay down, mister.
TurboTax expert.
Lay down.
Taxes for you. Year-round advice, no extra cost.
this.
Lay down. We're going back.
It's time for you to get your reading superpower. So stop straining your eyes and start listening to me. I have to do a lot of reading for my job, emails, contracts, PDFs. To stay focused, read Google Chrome extension called Speechify. It's like the voice of it. I get a play button everywhere. Click play on email, it reads. Click play on PDF, it reads. Physical books, take a picture, it reads.
Speechify can read to you in the highest quality digital voices available anywhere. So let's say you have to read an incredibly long email from your boss that you have to finish before the big meeting starts in 10 minutes. Or you're cramming for an exam the night before, but can't bear to keep your eyes open to read one more textbook chapter. Or you're reviewing a dense legal document that would change your life forever. Or you're proofreading your thesis one last time before you submit it to make sure there aren't any errors. No matter what you have to read.
Lack of historical context. He went to Munich, Germany. Right? Every little school child in short pants knows what happened in Germany in World War I and World War II. He goes to, and in fact, we demilitarized them for a reason. He went to Germany, in Munich, with our democratic allies in front of them, and decided he was going to take off his belt and take them out to the woodshed and feed them because he doesn't like their brand of democracy. He thinks they all should be Trumpians. In Germany. And then he met with the alt-right / neo-Nazi party in Germany and was celebrated. His speech was celebrated on Russian TV. They said it was a public caning of Democratic allies that was long in the making, and they celebrated it. You know that if you are being celebrated on Russian TV, that you sacrificed the American values that you were asked to protect on the altar of your fill the blank, power hungry greed. Get your hands off my brand of democracy.
Damn.
The best I can
You need to do that one.
metaphor I can use is that they got a like a wrap you can put around cars to change the color. You know, instead of paint. You see a lot of these cyber trucks, and they're all wrapped. They do a wrapping. So our brand, the beating heart of our democracy, and the values that you and I have been shrink wrapped by this black heart effect. We gotta bust it out. We gotta bust that heart out because we are not making democracies in the world.
Okay.
We are not supporting appropriately our democratic allies around the world. And we're instead creating our next brand of terrorists, and we're playing in the hands of the Chinese and the Russians, who are rubbing their hands in glee to step into the power vacuum created by Donald Trump's withdrawal from the world stage. When Brazil becomes the leader of our democratic ideals, because they finally got around to prosecuting Bolsonaro, their former president, for corruption related to him trying to stage a coup. When Brazil is the one holding the lamp of democracy, as opposed to the United States in this hemisphere, you know something's going wrong. So we're going to continue to closely follow all of the right-wing fascist nutbags that are in the Trump administration. It's like a bag of nuts. This is like the island of misfit toys. But it matters because we can't go this alone as an American people. We are the leader of a global world. You know, this American first and for Americans only stuff. This may have been attractive during the 1930s and 1940s, but even then it wasn't. That's why we didn't get President Lindbergh as president. Charles Lindbergh ran on a similar platform, was going to run. He didn't become president for a reason. We can't go it alone. I read something recently which brought it all home to me in terms of the global economy. No one country in the United States can build an iPhone based on its parts. It can't. It has to rely on the supply chain around the world. If we can't build an iPhone by ourselves, how are we possibly going to go it alone from a diplomatic standpoint, from a foreign policy standpoint, from a national security standpoint, from an intelligence gathering standpoint? What do you think's kept the world safe and America safe all these years? The destruction of all the federal agencies and agency heads, the hollowing out of federal employees, the firing of top,
You guys
of
got a
top
drink.
credential
Get over
people and removing them from government because Donald Trump doesn't like the color of their skin or the stripe or the color of their political stripe. We all have voters' remorse. I don't, but many people have voters' remorse in the independent, Republican zone, and we got to keep talking about it because we're coming close to the midterm elections. It's not that far away. We got to mobilize now because everybody believes, I believe, on this side of the aisle, that there are already would be articles of impeachment drawn up for Donald Trump for any number of the things we talk about in this conference. Currying favor and siding up and getting to them the Russians. As an American president, impeachment article. Trying his power grab, take over power, at the expense of the federal courts and Congress. His attempt to impound funds, federal funds, impeachment, firing independent agencies, impeachment, birthright citizenship, trying to deny people their right to be born and have a blue passport, impeachment. How do we get there? Midterms. That's where we're going to continue to look. Federal courts continue to rein in on my proposal. Fired up on the Midas Touch Network and Legal AF. So my next reporting. Right. In collaboration with the Midas Touch Network, we just launched the Legal AF YouTube channel. Help us build this pro-democracy channel where I'll be curating the top stories at the intersection of law. CDCheese.com. Shop the latest games and upcoming releases at the best price. Americans are rising up against Donald Trump. Trump's approval is taking fast. Donald Trump, I think, realizing that he is a corner rat. Let's talk about what happened over the weekend. Russian state regime continued to talk about how Donald Trump and Putin are now fully aligned on their attacks of NATO, Ukraine, and Europe. Take a look at what happened on Russian state regime media. Let's play the clip.
Trump. Отвечает на вопросы по поводу пресс-конференции. When Trump is answering questions about the press conference, I think it is not a coincidence that many of the narratives that are being voiced largely materialized after the conversation.
Но фразы, которые он дает,
the phrases he is saying are so deep and so correct. They are in total alignment with the way we see things.
Then the United States Secretary of Defense, who has no experience to hold that position, former Fox host Pete Hegseth, who never commanded any military before holding this position, Pete Hegseth said that he refused to say whether Russia was the aggressor or not in Russia's unlawful invasion of Ukraine, quite literally spewing Russian propaganda. Let's play it.
Zelensky should come to the table because this economic partnership is an important thing for the future of his country, and we hope that he will very soon.
But fair to say, Russia attacked unprovoked into Ukraine 3 years ago tomorrow.
Fair to say it's a very complicated situation.
Okay, we'll leave it there.
Over the weekend, folks, there were elections that were held in Germany. Donald Trump, Elon Musk, J.D. Vance, and the MAGAs supported Germany's neo-Nazi AfD party. The AfD party came in second. They did not win. The CSU-CDU party, led by Friedrich Merz, who will become the next chancellor, they prevailed in the election. Merz will become the next chancellor. In his acceptance speech after becoming the next chancellor, the presumptive chancellor, Friedrich Merz said that Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and Washington were now, quote, no less radical and outrageous than that of Moscow. Germany now views America basically no different than they view Putin. That's what Donald Trump has done to the United States, and how Donald Trump has turned Europe and NATO, Canada, and all of our traditional allies against the United States. Furthermore, over the weekend, Donald Trump appointed the podcast host and conspiracy theorist who never worked a day in the FBI as the deputy director of the FBI. I'm talking about Dan Bongino. FBI agents are absolutely furious at this appointment. Donald Trump posted the following: great news for law enforcement and American justice. Dan Bongino, a man of incredible love and passion for our country, has been named the next deputy director of the FBI by the man who will be the best ever director, Kash Patel. As Ken Delaney of NBC writes,
Traditionally, the deputy FBI director has been a career FBI agent. That is particularly important when the director has no experience at the FBI. Donald Trump tonight announced he is appointing as deputy director Dan Bongino, a former Secret Service agent and prolific conspiracy theorist. He has never spent a day working at the FBI, but he has spent many hours spouting baseless falsehoods about the Bureau.
Thank you for following a press
Such as
underscore
that
underscore
the
underscore
FBI
white
lied
underscore
when they said
underscore
they don't have a suspect, and the pipe bombs as outside the RNC and
Thank you
DNC
for
of January
following.
15, 2021. Current and former FBI officials are appalled and extremely concerned for the national security of the country. And I would say the biggest reason, though, that Americans are pissed, even though those ones are hugely a reason why as well, is that Donald Trump has gutted the federal government, attacked people's Medicaid, tried to remove people's health care, and is doing everything he can to try to destroy our economy. We saw the markets crash at the end of last week. When you take a look at Trump's approvals from the latest Ipsos poll and the approvals of MAGAs, it is so underwater on just about every issue. Let's go through it. Here is a question in the latest Ipsos poll from February 18th. I imagine the next Ipsos poll is going to be even worse. Would you rather see the next Congress controlled by Democrats or Republicans? Voters by a 54 to 41% margin say Democrats. Next, Americans were asked about various policies that Donald Trump is pursuing, like ending DEI or banning trans people from the military or making it easier for Trump to fire longtime federal workers. On basically every single issue, Americans are against and strongly against everything that Trump and his authoritarian regime are doing, and people are livid and pissed, especially.
Now, I can't say all of America. That's not accurate. But those who are not supporting but those who are not supporting what is a Nazi regime. And I really don't like saying that. A lot more than I shouldn't.
At Elon Musk. Net support for ending DEI in government negative 3%, meaning people don't like Trump's DEI policies, whatever that even means, other than it's clearly racist pretext.
Let's be real. There's a number of people right now sitting there going, this is what happens when we take DEI away? Give it back! Give us the shit back! It was working better than this. What the fuck?
Banning trans people from the military, negative 11%. Making it easier for presidents to fire longtime federal workers, negative 21%. Shutting down USAID, negative 21%. Blocking health agencies from communicating without approval from Trump's appointee, negative 43%. Describe the nation's economy these days. 52% of Americans say not so good. 21% of Americans say poor. Almost 80% of Americans believe we have a bad economy. Contrast that to the conclusion of former President Biden, where Biden's term, where consumer confidence was growing, where inflation was supposed to shrink to about 2%. Former President Biden created about 16.4 million new jobs. There was never a month where jobs were lost. Unemployment was at record lows. Employment was at all-time highs. Wages were rising. Interest rates were being cut. The stock market was up 55, 60%. Your 401k was doing great under former President Biden. And I'm sure if you even had the courage to look at it recently, it is in the tank once again, thanks to Trump, the same way it wasn't.
Let's be clear. No one can be judged for not having the courage to look at their 401k right now. Every single one of us has a reason to be scared of what that looks like right now. Unless you're some higher up freaking CEO or some shit like that.
The tank in the first Trump administration, but it's getting even worse right now. Other polling questions from this Ipsos poll: support for pardoning those convicted of violent crimes related to January 6th, as Trump did. 83% of Americans oppose. Approval of Elon Musk shutting down federal programs he decides are unnecessary. Only 26% of Americans approve. It has a net negative 26% rating. 76% of Americans say gas prices are too high and not good. The income of average Americans, 72% of Americans say not good or poor. 92% of Americans say food prices are too high and not good. Only 35% of Americans say that Donald Trump can be trusted at all. All of this is going on. Donald Trump and Elon Musk are making posts like this. Trigger warning: Elon Musk frequently uses the R word over and over again. He posts memes like this. They always say, "Okay, retard." They never say, "Are you okay, retard?" This is the type of person who is somehow controlling our government, who's gained access to your medical records, your social security information, your tax record.
On the whole, Musk being autistic. Yeah, that's still a derogatory word in our circle, our community. That is still very much a derogatory word. There's something wrong with Musk, but I really have trouble thinking it's autism. I've got a lot of trouble with it.
Him and a bunch of 19 to 24-year-olds who refer to themselves as Mr. Big Balls. They're getting your records. Others from these 19 to 24-year-old cohorts saying all this like racist and horrific stuff. Why do they have access to your stuff? Why are they firing all of these hard-working government officials?
I mean, it's one of those. There's being autistic, and then there's having brain damage, and I kind of would like another psychologist's opinion on that take. I don't know my shit well enough about it, but that's definitely not how people in our community typically. No, we all know better than to be doing certain shit, like the Nazi salute. All of us know better than that shit. So, yeah, I just got a lot of issues believing that he's one of us.
Dehumanizing them, lying and saying they're firing them for cause to prevent them from even getting unemployment, and some of the most despicable stuff imaginable taking place right now. One thing to mention too is that Donald Trump's dangerousness is also matched by his incompetence and idiocracy. Donald Trump celebrated the fact that the Conservative Party, the CSU-CDU, won in Germany, even though Friedrich Merz, the new chancellor, hates Donald Trump and gave his acceptance speech saying that Europe is going to break away from Trump, that Trump can't be trusted, that Trump to him is no different than Putin, because Trump's an idiot. And he's like, oh, the Conservative Party. Donald Trump's preferred party was the AfD, which is the neo-Nazi party, and they were the ones that lost the election. But Donald Trump pretended that he was the big victor in this, that Donald Trump got the Conservative Party that literally ran against him to win. It's how stupid it is also. You also had Donald Trump's special envoy showing up on CNN and other networks, again spouting pro-Russian propaganda. Here's Trump's special envoy to the Middle East, who for some reason now has become the special envoy to Ukraine, apparently, because Donald Trump doesn't like Keith Kellogg, the original special envoy. Here, play the clip.
The war, irrespective of who started it, needs to end. Too many people's lives have been expunged as a result of it, and it just doesn't make sense to the president. He wants to be the peacemaking president, peace through strength, and I don't blame him. I actually concur right down the line with his thought process around this. That's one. Two, that the war didn't need to happen. It was provoked. It doesn't
Strength through
necessarily mean
peace,
it was
not
provoked
peace
by
through
the Russians.
strength.
There were all kinds of conversations back then about Ukraine joining NATO. The president has spoken about this. That didn't need to happen. It basically became a threat to the Russians. And so we have to deal with that fact. And those are real facts on the ground here. But be that as it may, the Russians have indicated that they are responsive to an end to this.
By the way, as Rachel Maddow posted this from the New York Times, one of Mr. Trump's claims about Ukraine offers a case study in his myth-making. He said that the United States has provided $350 billion in aid to Ukraine, 3 times as much as Europe, but that much of money is missing. Mr. Zelensky admits that half of the money we sent him is missing. In fact, the United States has allocated about a third of what Trump claimed, even less than Europe, and none of it is known to be missing. Literally everything Donald Trump says is a lie. Donald Trump also posting memes like this, terrorizing the federal workers who he is firing and who he is treating like absolute crap. He mocks them. He mocks our federal workers like they're not hardworking people, like they're crappy people.
That way you don't have to worry about gold
Americans that Donald Trump and Musk and these billionaires just treat like trash.
Relax, you're right.
Dehumanize. It is despicable. Trump, this is a real post
I'm
from
not
Donald
gonna
Trump.
back in the
Did
back.
you
Let's
ever
see it.
imagine that the president of the United States would make posts like this? It's a SpongeBob meme, and then it says, got done last week. And he's mocking the federal workers. Cried about Trump, cried about Elon, made it into the office for once, read some emails, cried about Trump and Elon some more. I mean, it's just nasty and despicable stuff right there as well. Also, Donald Trump sending emails like this. Buddy, have you seen the only official Doge shirt? Here it is. It's the Doge shirt right here. Let me show you this one other clip from Pete Hegseth here. He says the reason that he's firing all of the top military lawyers, in addition to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, CQ Brown, is because he wants to make sure there won't be roadblocks to anything that happens. Let's play this clip.
Branches. For people who may not know, I mean, they give advice to the military about what is lawful and what isn't. Not surprisingly, there's been some backlash to those who are worried about their removal. One Georgetown law professor says this: Trump also firing the Army, Navy, and Air Force JAGs. In some ways, that's even more chilling than firing the 4 stars. It's what you do when you're planning to break the law. You get rid of any lawyers who might try to slow you down. Your response to her?
I don't know who Rosa is and what her hyperbole is all about. Ultimately, we want...
There's no hyperbole there. That's pretty straight said. There's no... She didn't sugarcoat that. That is what happens when someone who investigates crime sees someone trying to commit crime and get away with it. There's no hyperbole. That's bullshit.
Lawyers who give sound constitutional advice and don't exist to attempt to be roadblocks to anything that happens in their spots. What we know about these TJAGs, they're called TJAGs inside the military. Traditionally, they've been elected by each other or chosen by each other, which is exactly how it works often with the chairman as well. Small group of insulated officers who perpetuate the status quo. Well, guess what? Status quo hasn't worked very well at the Pentagon. It's time for fresh blood. So we're going to open.
They're not even hiding anymore their fascist designs. Oh, and by the way, this clip resurfaced recently as well. This is Elon Musk ignoring his human shield child prop. You can see it right here. This was from an event that he spoke. I think this was the Madison Square Garden event. But here, play this clip.
Okay, there was no.
Posted every step of the way. Hit subscribe.
Should not have added the sound to that, bro. There was no need for that. It was too much. That's what we have today. So I'm gonna end the stream. Just kind of waiting to hear back from Dad so I can go get some shopping done and come back and chill the rest of the night. So if anybody needs me, I've got this quote. Till then, yeehaw, buddy. Alright, they count for